It is time to start session 3. I will be serving as moderator for this session 3. Empower Partners, General Partner. My name is Murakami Yumiko. At the outset, please check the interpretation channels. We are providing simultaneous interpretation, Channel 1 for Japanese and Channel 2 for English. If you are not able to hear the audio well, for those who are using translation, please lower the audio volume a little bit so that it will be easier for you to listen. Without further ado, I would like to start the session. We are assigned to discuss a very important topic for today, which is women, digital, and STEM education. This is the topic for session 3, and I'd like to give brief introduction of the participants for this session. First of all, Ms. Wendy Cutler, Vice President and Managing Director of Asia Society Policy Institute. And Wendy has been working in the USTR over 3 decades and involved in negotiations of many international arrangements. And after that, she was transferred to Asia Society Policy Institute, serving as the senior researcher, and currently in investment and empowering of women are her specialty in Asia Society Policy Institute. The second participant is Mr. Marcel Halma, Vice President of Solvay. Then he is from Belgium, and Solvay is the multinational chemical company, and he is serving as the vice president. And before joining the business, he is serving as the diplomat in the Netherlands and very active across the world. And he's interested in the investment by the companies as well as the civil society activities, and he's making a lot of lectures. Third person is Mr. Hasegawa Wataru, Representative Director of Information Technology Federation of Japan, IT REMEI for short. Technology and education. When we discuss that particular topic, Mr. Hasegawa is the prominent speaker in this area. And on online basis, we are very delighted to welcome from New York, adjunct senior research scholar at Columbia University, Honda-san, Ms. Honda Keiko. And prior to the Columbia University, she was the CEO of Amiga of World Bank, and prior to that, she was the first senior partner of Asia Pacific of the McKinsey consultancy. And we are also delighted to welcome Ms. Ito Maiko. She has been working as an actress for a long period of time, but she is also serving as the president and CEO of the TV production company Lights Staff. Next is Tanaka Sayaka. She is the CEO of the NPO Waffle.org. And this organization is thinking about how to bridge the gap in IT area. In order to bridge the gender gap, in 2019, Waffle.org was established by Ms. Tanaka. Last person is Ms. Yamamoto Reiya, and she is serving as CEO of HuPro and director as well. And when she was in the university, she had started the company HuPro, and she is well known as a entrepreneur and winning a lot of awards as well. Well, we have a very distinguished panel today. We are very delighted to discuss a very important topic. What is the position of women in the digitalized society? When you talk about digital, which is beneficial for all of the civil society and the business and so forth. However, in the shadow of the digital, perhaps the gender economic gap may be enhanced and enlarged by digitalization. So, with such perspective, we'd like to hold discussions today. In particular, in the COVID pandemic, some problem, particularly economic gap, income gap between men and women, were highlighted. And perhaps digitalization, the pathway with which that we pursue digitalization, would that be appropriate to bridge the gap, particularly income gap between women and men? That is the specific issue that I'd like to talk about. I'd like to explore the opinions of each of the participants for about 5 minutes each. We will take turn, and based upon the comments which we picked up at the outset, we would like to discuss what would be a possible solution and what actions do we need to take in the coming years. And I'd like to bring some conclusion back to the plenary session later. Now, without further ado, I'd like to now invite each speaker for their remarks. 5 minutes per person. And I'd like to hear your opinions at the outset. Now, Wendy, please go ahead.
Well, thank you very much. I'm honored to be on the panel, and I'm sure I'm going to learn a lot from my fellow panelists. I have to admit, I'm not a STEM expert. I'm not a digital expert. I'm more of a public policy expert. You know, the conference this morning so far, I think, has really underscored how persistent the gender gap remains all around the world. And I think it's incumbent upon us not to just focus on that, but really to think about how we can come together with solutions for narrowing this gender gap. And I think in that regard, digital tools, STEM education are so critical. That's the direction the world is going in, and it'd be unfortunate if women ended up even further behind in the digital world. I am an optimist, so I'm going to be talking more about kind of what could be done and what we can look at going forward. A lot has been said about how COVID has been a huge setback for women, and it has in many regards. But in my mind, one of the shining lights is kind of the digital transformation has been accelerated under COVID, and I think it has really provided an opportunity for more flexibility in the workplace. And I think that can work to the advantage of women if it becomes more acceptable to be able to work remotely at home, to conduct meetings at home, to lead your teams at home through digital tools. That said, you know, it's not a foregone conclusion that the digital world is going to work to the advantage of women, and it's really incumbent upon national governments and I think international work to make sure that women aren't left behind, that women have access to digital tools, that digital tools are affordable, and that women have opportunities to upgrade their digital skills. This morning, Secretary Raimondo from the Commerce Department, she mentioned a new initiative that U.S. companies are undertaking with the U.S. government to upscale work skills, including digital skills. And those are, I think, the types of solutions that are needed going forward. I don't think governments can do this alone. I don't think it's appropriate for them to do it alone. And so I'm very eager to hear from my colleagues from the private sector around the table working in so many fascinating areas. So clearly, domestic policies, as outlined by Prime Minister Kishida, the leaders of Iceland, Finland, the European Union, and New Zealand this morning did underscore all the steps that are being taken to not only close the gender gap, but to ensure that women are more prominently represented in the workforce, in the political leadership of the countries, and in the business community. But given my background in trade, I just want to use my last few minutes to say I think trade agreements can play an important role in not only closing the gender gap, but also promoting women in the digital and international marketplace. Trade can improve the livelihood of women by providing new types of jobs, getting them out of kind of textiles and apparel and food, kind of the traditional sectors women around the world have been engaged in. It can provide more high-paying jobs, and it can introduce them into the international marketplace. Yet women remain underrepresented in international trade, and this is due to a number of factors, including lack of financing opportunities, digital skills that have not kept up with the pace of digitalization, and really not being aware of the resources and opportunities to get involved in international trade. Trade agreements typically now will either have like a chapter on women's empowerment and gender issues, but also importantly, they include tools for getting small and medium-sized enterprises where many women are represented into the international marketplace through cutting red tape and promoting digital tools. So let me just conclude and say I think trade agreements and related initiatives, including the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework, which is the Biden administration's proposal for economic engagement in the region, is taking these issues on, and initiatives like this have the potential to produce innovative solutions on gender inclusiveness, digital inclusiveness, trade facilitation, narrowing the digital divide and gender gap. And it's encouraging to me that more and more countries are, when they get to the negotiating table, are insisting that inclusiveness provisions and gender provisions be included in these agreements. So in any conclusion coming out of this group, I would hope that we would underscore the importance of trade agreements in kind of furthering efforts in this area. And I would conclude and just say that governments alone can't do this, either working with other governments or through their own policies. All this work has to be complemented by public-private partnerships. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Moselharma, please go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you for inviting me. It's an honor to be here, and I really look forward to the discussion. My voice is leaving me a little bit because of my flight, but we are a white group, and I'm also not like Wendy. I'm not an expert on the topic, although should you be an expert? I mean, this is something that touches upon all of us. 50% of the world is women, 50% is men. That's how it works. But this should not be a fight of women only. This is a fight of all of us, and men play an equal role in that. And therefore, I'm happy, and I think the Minister of Singapore already said it, but that there are quite a lot of men in this conference. I think that's very important. And only if we men get involved there as well, then we can accelerate this. Honestly, I think men are a very important key to the solution. Now, my company, we are a chemicals company. The diversity, inclusion, equality is an integral part of our business strategy. And we consider it also a need to have, not a nice to have. And it's important because the chemical industry is a man's world. And my CEO is a female. She is really the only woman in a man's world. Not easy, but she leads the fight there. She's also the chairman of the World Business Council on Sustainable Development, which has traditionally always been on environmental sustainability, but the SDGs of the UN are also about social. And she puts a lot of emphasis on that. So what did we do as a company? We translated that strategy, because a strategy is strategy, and culture eats strategy for breakfast. But we developed 9 objectives, targets that we want to realize. And some of them really focus on this issue of accelerating gender parity, close undesired pay gaps, and they're still existing, fair recruitment, and equitable access to equal opportunities. Here in Japan, we also do that by a strategic partnership, which we have with the Advanced Industrial Science and Technology Institute. And next Monday, as part of the Belgian economic mission to Japan under the leadership of Her Royal Highness Princess Astrid, we will sign another memorandum to even extend that partnership. Now, STEM education is important, but in my view, in our view, it's a start. It's not the end, and it's not the only solution. Because I think the real challenge starts only after STEM education. It's good to have women, women that educated in STEM professions. But I think the real parity comes in the future workplace. And there should be much more focus on creating gender equalness and an unbiased workplace. And we try to fight that unconscious bias by, I think it's key, that bias, it is still there. To give you an example, when I told a couple of days ago to a friend of mine that I was going to this conference, the World Assembly of Women, he said to me, and it's telling, he said to me, "Congratulations." I said, "Why congratulations? I'm going to this conference." He said, "Yeah, but you're probably among a lot of women." And I think that is exactly where the problem starts. And you saw it also about this, sorry for my French here, but this idiot journalist asking this question to the news conference of the Finnish and New Zealand Prime Minister, why they were together. Because they had the same age and were of the same generation. It's a stupid question, but it is telling that these questions are still posed. And we see it also in my own company, these things, and we need to fight them. So we are very strong. Now, to give you two concrete examples. As I said in the beginning, I think we men are part of the solution. And what we have done in the, of course, you can enhance the situation of women to make work easier with kindergarten and the kids' care. We have turned it around. We try to make things as normal for men as they are for women. So we introduced 2 years ago in my company parental leave of 16 weeks, 4 months, globally for all men and women. So whether you're in Brazil, in Japan, in Belgium, in Poland, South Africa, Egypt, doesn't matter, everyone can do it. The good thing is, and we have realized that over the last 2 years, that quite a lot of men in my company are now taking parental leave, breaking down that barrier and seeing that taking maternity or parental leave is not the end of your career. And it's also not a drama to your team if you have a female colleague that gets pregnant and takes leave. And even here in Japan, we have some people, some men in the leadership who have taken parental leave. And it's by these things creating really the disparity that we think we can break it down. Let me leave it for that as introduction remarks. Thank you.
はい、ありがとうございました。
Thank you very much, Mr. Harma. Now, I'd like to call upon Mr. Hasegawa.
長谷川でございます。
So, this is Hasegawa speaking.
私は日本の IT コンピューター業界の業界団体
there are about 60 associations related to IT technology in Japan, and I am a chairman of that association group. So SEs and IT workers, and under our association there are about 5,000 IT-related companies, and the number of employees
400万人ですかね。
is around 4 million people.
でこの IT 業界ではですね、
So in this IT industry,
叫ばれている。
so there are shortage of labor force,
1980年代から
and from 1980s, the government
予測して
had been expecting and sending out an alarm for labor force shortage. So recently, the Ministry of General Affairs and also METI are ringing an alarm, but the Japanese education system is not answering to the situation.
So this IT industry is facing a lot of serious situation. So the preliminary and secondary education in Japan, so among the OECD member countries, there is a PISA test, and the Japanese female scores are the highest in mathematics for this PISA test. But when they enter universities, when they advance into higher education, the ratio of female in engineering is only 16%. So the number plummets. So that is because there are major factors in the teachers at the high schools. They tell these female students that it will be very hard for girls to go on engineering. And especially in private high schools, they have a system that the teachers will be eligible to a bonus if their students can enter university, any kind of university. So then what does a university stand for? So this the name of a university, even under that name, the concept of the university actually varies. So there is a University of Tokyo that is among the top class universities. But actually, there are universities that we do not know what they're doing about that. And in this hierarchy of universities, there is a very rigid pyramid style with a University of Tokyo on the top, and that stays unchanged. So, I am operating a computer specific school, specialized school, and we often have female students enrolled. And they say they want to study computers, so they joined this school, although they wanted to study computing in universities, but their teachers did not recommend that. So among all the university students in Japan, the students in national universities are at 30%, and the 70% are going to private universities. And the tax amount allocated to university students, the OECD average is 620,000. But actually, the students in national universities are, the average is 2.06 million yen. For University of Tokyo and Kyoto University, it is more than 2 million. But the subsidies for private university students is only 140,000. There is a huge gap. And this 620,000, that is the average of OECD. Actually, there is not one single university student who receives that subsidy. So this low amount in subsidy means that it is difficult to provide good scientific or engineering education because they cannot afford to have a facility. So most of the students go to a humanitarian or arts or liberal arts. And when graduating high school, even they have good scores in mathematics, there's no sort of accepting room at university side. And other factors are there are some organizational characteristics of the universities or culture. There are around 800 universities in Japan, but among these 800, many universities have been female colleges or female universities. And traditional schools were sort of cooking school for female, and even they got promoted to universities. The regular professors are the old people, so they do not have much professors that can take care of engineering and science. So that means universities can only provide literature or liberal art education. And also the difference between universities and specialized colleges. Universities are equipped with gymnasium and athletic ground. So they cannot allot a lot of funding to hire good professors. So from these aspects, if you become
先生にもつきます。
If you become a school after graduating university, they have a sort of a notion that going on to scientific area in higher education would be difficult. So this very rigid educational policy is ongoing from a Meiji era in Japan. So we need to have out of the box idea. So that is the current situation in Japan. That is all from my side.
はい、ありがとうございました。それではですね、
Thank you very much. Now, there's a participant on online basis. Honda-san, Professor Honda, if you could make remarks on online basis, are you ready?
村上さん、どうもご紹介ありがとうございます。
Thank you very much for your kind
今日はニュー
introduction.
ヨークにおりまし
Well,
て、
I'm in New York today,
日本の
and
WAW 以前は対面を数年前に参加させていただいたんですけれども、
several years
オンライン
ago
で
in
入れるようになっ
Japan.
たとは、
And
日本もかな
I
り
did
進
not
んだ
know
なと
that
思っており
I
ま
could
す。
be
で、オンラインで
accessed
せっ
on
か
online
く
basis,
時間を
so
頂戴した
that
の
is
で、
quite beneficial.
私ちょっとチャートを用意しました。 デジタルステムですの
have
で、
this
やはり
opportunity.
フ
So
ァ
I
クトを見な
prepared
が
a
ら今日お
chat.
話をさせてい
So
ただければ
this
と
is
思っており
about
ます。
the digital
一番
stamp.
最
So
初
I'd
に
like to go
私の
through
方にお
the
尋ねが来
facts.
たのが、
One question that I received from the
なんで
chat
こ
was,
の、女性とデジタル、ステムっていうのに興味を持ったかと言われまして、一番最初はですね、私大学を卒業するときでした。私今日の参加の皆さんより多分ちょっと年齢が高くて、実は男女雇用均等法が施行される前に大学を出ました。で、当時どうだったかというと、4大女子、加えてですね、特に下宿、私は九州出身なんですけど、下宿は日本企業に対して応募不可っていうのが明確にかけて出せた。そういう性差別があった時代だったんですね。で、実際まで何が起こってたかというと、私もそれで別に帰国子女でも何でもないのに外資系に行くことになってしまったんですが、でですね、その時ふと思ったのが、では、みんなどうしているのか。で、私と同い年に同じ年度に大学に入った人たちっていうのは、実は4年生に行った人は 12.5% しか。今 46% ですので、かなり少ない。どうしたかというと、賢い親子は4年生の大学に行くと、就職できないということが分かっているので、みんな短大とか他の学校に行ったんですね。で、というのが、これは私非常に問題だと思いました。ちなみに、じゃあ短大に行った方々はどうなったかというと、その時は就職はできたんですけれども、その後、短大卒であるから昇進できないとか、そういう問題に直面したらしいと聞いています。ですね、岸田政権で女性の経済的自立というのが言われていて、私非常に同意するんですけれども、経済的自立のためには2つ必要で、1つはまず仕事があるかどうか、もう1つはそこで適切な収入を得ているかどうかなんですけれども、仕事をしているかどうか、労働参加率、これは OECD の資料で25歳から64歳までの人の、仕事をしているかどうかなんですが、日本、直近の数字見ていただくと 77% と、韓国はもちろんアメリカよりフランスよりたくさん働いている。ドイツよりちょっと少ないですが、かなり近い。ほとんど、逆に言うとですね、77%、ほとんどの方が働いていらっしゃるということなんですね。では収入はどうか。残念ながら、男女差っていうのは G7 どこの国にもあって、女性は男性の8割ぐらいなんですが、日本はダントツで低くて、なんと 59%。これやっぱり仕事はしているんだけれども、低い報酬の仕事をしているということだと思います。でですね、もちろんそのこの収入の男女差っていうのにはいろいろな要因があるのですが、一つ、これは内閣府の男女共同参画局、ここは林局長をはじめとするチームの皆様がずっと頑張っていろんなデータを集められていて、これは面白いなと思ったデータがこれです。これ、どういうことかというと、横軸にはあるのは職種ですね。システムコンサルタント、ソフトウェア制作者とかいう職種があって、縦軸は年収なんですけれども、このいろいろな色のバーがありますけど、これは県県年収なんです。で、ここから2つ言えるかなと思ってまして、1つは、やはりレストラン業界に働いていらっしゃる方より、IT コンサルタントってやっぱり収入が全然違う。で、加えてですね、
And on top of
レスト
that,
ラン業界に働いている
being
と、
in the
勤
food
続年
service
数が増え
industry,
て、もうあんまりお
though
給料
with
が上
the
がらな
long
い。要する
service
に経
years,
験
you
が
will not be
それだけ
higher,
報酬に反
better
映していかいか
compensated.
ないんだけれ
The
ども、
service years
デ
will
ジタ
not
ル
be
業界っ
linked
て
with
これ
the
から見
income
ると
levels.
分かる
However,
よう
in the
に、
digital
長く経験をす
industries,
ると、
if
そ
you
の
stay
経
in
験が評
digital
価されて、やっぱり
industry, experience
お給料
matters
が
a
上がって
lot,
いく。
and therefore
でこういう
the
ことを
salary will
私
go
はで
up.
すね、中学生とか高校生の頃知りたかったと
Something
思い
that
ま
I
す。
wanted to know
そういうことあ
when
まり考
I
えず
worked
に大学に
in
進みですね、
secondary or the
就職の
tertiary
時にはたと
education.
思い、就職した後に
So
こういうデ
I
ータ
was
を
not
見た
aware,
のでは
and
たと
when
思
I
い、
found
去年、
discovered
女
this
子
data
中
later,
高生、も
so
ちろん男子もで
for
すけれど
the
も、こういう人たちが
female
分かるような
students
形でこれ
in
を
the
もうちょっと
junior
コミュニ
high
ケートで
school
き
or
ないか
high school, I want to
で、
communicate this information more, of course,
そ
for
うす
the
るとで
boys
す
as
ね、
well.
悪いことばっかりのようですが、
It
女子
seems
にと
that
っ
it
て
is
チャンスはあ
all
ります。これは
disadvantageous
年
for
齢別
women,
の
but
人
there
口
are
構
great
成なんですけ
opportunities.
れ
This
ど
is
も、日
the
本はだいたい
population
部長さんから
demographic,
課長さんのシ
and
ニアぐらいの
from
方
the
々
vice
っていうの
president
が
or
日本
the
企業の大きいとこ
general
ろを支えてらっ
managers
しゃるんですけれど
are
も、
the
その人
backbone
口を
of
見
the
ると
Japanese
1995年
corporations,
には
and population of that particular
533万
age,
人、これが2020年は
million,
9% 減ってる
which
んで
will
す
be
けれども、
declining in
さらに
2009
今後
by
25年で
9%, and in
35%
25
減り
years
ます。
there will be a decline of
2045年なんてかなり
35%.
先のことだ
So
とあと
when you
思い
think
にな
that
るかもしれないんですけ
2024
れ
is
ど
far
も、
away
こ
into
の
the future, and
2045年
yet
に45歳って
in
どういうことかっていうと、今、就
2045
活をしている人たちなんですね。
years old,
したがっ
what
て
type
か
of
な
the
り男
population
子
would
の
be
数が減ってき
those
て
who
い
are
て、
hunting
まあ
job nearing
心
the
ある
graduation
日
of
本
the
企業は
university,
これはちゃんと分かってますか
number
ら、
of
やっぱ
men
り
is actually declining
女子学
significantly.
生を受
And
け入れたい
therefore,
と思ってい
the
る。じゃあ受け入れ
company
たい
should
先が何
accept
かって
more
いうと、
female
これがまあ
workers.
一つの
And what would be the one of the
まあ
strategies?
収入の差なので、経済的
This is
自
the
立を目
income
指すた
gap.
めには、や
In
っぱ
order
り
to obtain
仕事の
economic
ニーズがどこにある
independence,
のかというのを
the
よくわか
female,
るというこ
the
とが大事
students
かと
will
思いま
have
す。
to
最後に
identify
もう
where
一
the
つなん
job
ですが、最初
opportunities
にちょっ
are,
と申し上げたよ
and
う
they
に、
have to be more strategic
ま
in
あ、今後
finding
就職
job
してい
and
く方
building
々
their
に
academic
は、
career.
と
For
か、
those
女
who
子
are
中
going
高
to
校
hunt
生
the
の方
job
々
and
には、
also
ぜ
for
ひ STEM
the
の分野で勉強していただ
girls
きたいと思い
in
ま
the
す
junior high
し、
school and high school,
そういう意
I
味では
hope
大
that they are
学基
going
金
to
など
choose
も、
STEM
やはり、
education more. And during the
そ
period
の
that
女
they
子の
are
教
in
育、
high
まあ、で
school
きれば
and
女子 STEM
university,
教育に熱心かどう
school
かというこ
has
と
to
も
be
一つ
more
の、
proactive in providing STEM education for
まあ、指標とし
girls.
て選んでいただきたいな、受け
When
られ
they
る大
choose
学を選んでい
school
きたい
or
な
when
と
the
思いま
girls
すが、も
choose
う一
school,
つ、
I hope that
40
the
代から
girls will
50代の
choose
女
the
性っていうのは
schools
で
which
す
is
ね、残
proactive
念
in
なが
giving STEM
ら、
education to
まあ、
female.
その制度
Unfortunately,
の変更の狭間
the
みたいなところにあってですね、残念
women
な
in
がら
40s
4
and
年生の
50s
大学の教
struggle
育
a
を受けて
lot,
ない人
and
がというかいっぱ
unfortunately,
いいる。
a lot
で
of
こういう人
them
た
will
ち
not
の、
have an
ま
opportunity
あ、再
to
教
go
育と
through a
いう
full
こと
year,
もぜ
full
ひ
college,
考
full
えてい
university
ただけ
years.
ればなと思
And
う次第です。ありがとうご
re-education
ざいま
of
した。
that generation would be also
はい、あり
important
がとう
as
ござい
well.
ました。
Thank you very
はい、それ
much
では
for
伊藤
your
舞子さん、
presentation.
よろし
Next
くお願い
is
します。
Michael Ito, please.
はい、ありがとうございます。
Thank you very much.
まあ私の場合は STEM 教育
In my
と
case,
は本当にもう専門家でもないですし、
So I'm not an
関係ない
expert of
気が
STEM
するんですけれども、
education, so I'm not really fit for this place. But from last year, the Cabinet Office set committee to talk about the future education. So I am a member of this committee, so I would like to take my part based on my experience from there. So just as Mr. Hasegawa mentioned earlier,
ステム分野の工学系の
so this engineering and the STEM education, the ratio of female in that area is only 16.7%. Was that around 16%? So among the OECD countries, it is the lowest. So besides this fact,
まあその15歳の女子
the 15-year-old students, female students in Japan, the ratio of these girls having interest in IT is only 3.4%.
OECD では最下位
And this is also the lowest in OECD countries.
大きな理由としてましては
The major reason for that,
その高校で先生がいる
so the teachers at the high schools are not recommending these futures for girls.
されるのが大体15歳ぐらい
And when they make a decision whether to go ahead into science or literature, they have to make that decision around 15 years old.
So that would be the first turning point for girls. And if they have a teacher that is gender stereotyped, or if the girls are impacted heavily by their parents, then that would change the girls' future. So before joining this meeting today, I didn't know about this World Assembly for Women. I'm sorry for that. And I researched what kind of proposal this WAW made. So this started back in 2016. It's the 6th year this year. So during the 6 years, what kind of proposals have been made? So how to develop females in the STEM area, and how to have parents and school teachers not hinder the girls' aspiration to enter into this STEM area, how to change the mindset of parents and teachers, and how we should cater with the lack of role models. And after 6 years, are we seeing any positive changes? So re-educating teachers and parents, this is really difficult. Who will be in charge of that re-educating of teachers and parents? So thinking about that, I came up with one sort of proposal. So looking at STEM area, of course there are many male workers, so it may look a little bit cool. So not for Japanese female, but maybe US girls. They have sort of they want to look grown up, even they are tiny girls. So these they have a high affinity to STEM areas. They think STEM areas are very cool. So I think they have role models to look forward. And of course, in Japan, there are girls who want to look cool, stay cool. But Japanese girls, most Japanese girls love this. Now this is kawaii. Now this is a common word around the world. They love kawaii. So they just separate things that is kawaii and not kawaii. So listening to these gender stereotyped opinions, they move away from STEM areas easily. So of course this is not an easy thing to do, but if rather than changing the mindset of parents and teachers, because children are more flexible, if they can come into touch from something in STEM areas, and if we can sort of disseminate kawaii in the STEM area, maybe girls can have a feeling that even advancing into STEM area, they are able to reach something kawaii. So they might feel that they would like to study in the STEM area and reach their own sort of kawaii perspective. So my idea is kawaii, and in tech area, so maybe femtech or agri-tech, there are many technology-related areas. I think there are many things that girls can feel can have affinity with, but this is not very well communicated to girls. So the IT image is you have to face the PC all day and carrying out programming. So that is the most often shared image of IT or STEM. So we have to tell the girls that IT is contributing a lot to change the world for a better way. So if the girls can learn about these facts when starting from their early ages, then I think they would not be impacted by their parents or teachers at the age of 15. That is what I want to propose.
Thank you very much. Tanaka-san, please. Very nice to meet you. This is CEO of Waffle. Great to meet you all. And I'm very honored to be given this opportunity. Now, being one of my background is I worked at the programming education to the primary schools, and I teach the teachers how to teach the programming. And for that experience lead to starting a company of Waffle. Back in 2017, the Japanese government wanted to make the programming education in the elementary school in 2021, and there will be programming contest examination to be implemented in 2024, and starting the two graders and fifth graders. Because school teachers are not ready to teach the programming, we provided an outsourcing service to provide the programming. I was a little bit biased at the time. the programming education was shooting games and so forth back then. So perhaps the boys would be more interested in programming. However, when I get there in elementary school, there's no bias at all. Girls are highly interested in programming. Minority boys, they all enjoyed programming. And we shared iPads assigned for one iPad for 2 students. And everyone is trying to occupy the iPads. They compete for the iPads. And then some girls want to stay longer at school and try to do programming more. So I look at this firsthand, and it seems like programming is highly equal. When you step out, and when I started to do competition and games for the junior high school back in 2017, 1 versus 20, 1 girl, 20 boys are the ratio participating to such a venue in junior high school. Although education should provide the gender equality, and yet there are something happening in junior high school. That is something that I felt, and that's why I started to use some extra time, and that initiative have ultimately led to the company WAFO. So what NPO WAFO says is, as the previous 2 speakers says, we try to resolve the gender gap in IT industry. That is a core mission. What it means is that gender gap in IT is, in the IT technology, less than 20% is only the female ratio, female engineers. And be it Google or Apple, less than 20% is occupied by female. But in Japan, in order to address that issue from here, we probably have to address the education in a junior high school education. We separate the humanities and arts majors versus science majors, and we need to break down and that approach. And because we want to make changes, we approach to junior high school. And university students want to learn programming more, so I invite the university female students and grad school female students. We provide the programming education free of charge, and I want them to get an internship job in IT companies. I only be able to publicize this on SNS, and yet 350 female students volunteered. And although my company is not well known and program wasn't very popular, and yet 350 girls volunteered, and there were only 2 full-time workers on our sides, and therefore we separate into 81 group and 6-month periods web development program that we provide. And out of the 80 members, 1 girls drop out. However, out of 80, 79 members have completed the program well until the end, because they were community to help support that. From their interests area, we want to bring them to having a very good insights about this area. There are many educational materials available in Japan, but there's no community to share ideas, and that's why a female tend to not to choose this path in the past. So OECD published that 16% of engineering majors in female, and ICT job, 15 years old girls, 3.4% is interested in. So among the 60 countries, Japan ranks at the bottom of the list of the countries. So Japanese girls are not interested, and also not choose the academic career to get the job at this point. So that is the situation. And the core issue in the situation is that, WAFO is 3 years old at this point, and over 1,000 students have been communicated with. There are 2 critical issues, in my opinion. First is the gender bias. What gender bias is that the female is believed to be less advantageous in science, although some of the girls want to choose science, and yet parents want them not to choose that they are scientists, and rather they should choose pharmacists or the nurse school. And the parents say that, and parents don't want to compensate or paying a tuition if students want to go to the data science. It is not government, but also private sector as well. Member of the media, all together need to change the mindsets of the parents like that. Second thing is the structural issues. Engineers school have too small girls population. And because the current pool is small, girls will not choose that particular path. When they choose the faculty or the department, when they look at the ratio of the females and then not to choose that if the community is very small. And of course, there are complicated issues, but these two are the core issue, in my opinion. Now, what we are doing is, for the junior high school, we want hands-on experience. We want them to create a product, sharing the success experience with other colleagues or students. And what is important in such initiative is that SDGs, or being a global or business or resolving societal solutions. And from that point of view, there's one solution, which is IT and digitalization. So that's we promote this idea to the students. When you approach IT from a very difficult topic, or if IT is something that all scientists could do, for some reason they have some such pre-notion, and we need to remove that. We need to share the same idea for the societal issues, for example, global climate change and also other societal issues. What if we use IT solutions to resolve these issues? And when we approach this way, then our apps competition, 200 competitors are spending about 2 months to be able to provide some solutions for SDGs, and also there are some university student programs, and they want to contribute to solving issues and use their own thinking and combine with the IT, although they are in the humanity majors, and yet because they want to solve societal issues, they want to also learn IT technology, so they are more interested in IT technology. So I think that what you have a very tangible ability to work and skills is IT in this era, modern era. And for that to acquire that tangible skill, of course, there are lack of resources, but 0.8 million in Japanese society in IT industries. And also, as we demonstrate the data, IT is a high-income earning job, and also the working style could be flexible. Remote work is available in IT engineers and IT experts. Is actually outside of the seniority lifetime employment, and the seniority equals to income that you could earn. And IT industry is actually more directed toward the job-based or the performance-based compensation. By doing so, the outcome or performance is the criteria for defining the salary, and even with the nursing care or nursing children, if we can't change that situation, we should allow women to work flexibly. For example, after sending the kids to the nursing schools, they could work a little bit in the morning and so forth. And that is also available for men as well. And that is a way which we have to explore. But IT industry could allow to do that. Maybe the tangible job in the skilled in the past might be a pharmacist in the past. But for IT, maybe it is better for the future. 10 times as much as a job is available for one job seeker. So IT is very effective as an occupation for the future. Thank you very much. Then Yamamoto-san, please.
こちらの STEM とですね、女性とデジタル人材というところの関わりに関しては
education and female resource issue, I want to point out 3 things. The first thing is, I used to live abroad for 18 years in Indonesia and then United States, and then I returned to Japan. And in Indonesia, the rate girls going into STEM area was number 6 in the world, and US was 10. extent, but Japan is very low in its aspect. So I have seen many differences in the educational field. And because I was living in these high STEM-oriented girls country, I felt an unconscious bias from my parents, actually. The third thing is I myself is now operating an IT company. And while doing this business, when it comes to IT business, there are digital and sales personnel. Regarding this digital domain, the males are so dominant. On the other hand, the employment side, they are very proactive in hiring female, and they are very much welcome to hire females, but the entry rate of females and the demographic for IT domain, there was so little female candidates. And during my 18 overseas years, either in US or in Indonesia and in Japan, when thinking about the difference among these countries, in the United States, there are many girls advanced into STEM area. The general average rate is high, and the girls' rate is high. In Indonesia, the girls' rate is low, but the overall rate is very high. And when it comes to scientific women, most women aspire to go on to medical. And in Japan, the females are not really choosing a scientific area for the future. In the United States, at high schools, they do programming, and combined with IoT, through these programming exercise, they try to move some objects. So, not just as a sort of listening type of school, they have sort of hands-on experience or sort of participating type of education provided. On the other hand, in Indonesia and Southeast Asia, being nurses, there are many educations provided for girls to become nurses and to work in the medical fields. So at the base of this education, the environment in each household has a lot of impact. I myself was born in a Japanese household. I have Japanese parents, but what my parents always told me that girls should go into human and art major and boys to go into science major. And even my brother was in the elementary school age. He was urged to go into science major. But what the parents told me was that girls should go onto human art major. And when I was wondering which way to choose at my high school age, my parents told me science would be too hard for girls, so why not choose human and art major? So at my high school, so I spent my high school days in the United States, so there are many teachers who welcomed girl students that advanced into science major, but because of my parents' recommendation, I chose to go on to human arts. So if you choose science at high school, you are able to do math and every science-related task, but I had the fear that I might will be dropped, that I cannot go advance into the next grade, because even for the math test it took 6 hours. So from these childhood days, if what the parents are telling to the children, so what the parents say to the children will have a significant impact when the children are to choose their future when they grow up. So I think we should start a sort of changing the recognition of parents. So for about 10 years, I've been thinking about how to change the mindset of parents and how to enhance the branding of the science majors. I think it might take about 5 or 10 years period of time, but looking at the current parent generation,
た教育だったり、
they
環
have
境で育
gone
ってきた親ですの
through
で、
gender gap
その考えを持
education,
って
so
私たち
they
その
have
発言だったり
naturally
だ
these
とか
kinds of
アンコンシャスバイアスを母親でさえ思っているん
unconscious
じゃない
biased
かなと思います。
recommendation.
一方で
They
私た
are
ち
really
次の
unconscious
親に
about
な
their
る世代
biased
が
way of
その
seeing.
理解だったりだと
But
か、
when are
デ
becoming
ジタルな
parents,
職に就くっていうのが実際女性に対して
so
非
getting
常に
a
働き
job
や
in the
すい
digital
場面だ
area
ったりだ
for
とか、
female,
お
it
給
might
料
provide
の
a more
賃金の部
flexible
分だった
working
り、
style
中
and
長
looking
期
at
的
the
に
wage
働け
of
るっていう
pay.
ところ、あと
They
は
are
理系っていうの
eligible
は
to work
まあ
for a
女
mid
性
to
も
or long
もちろん
term.
受ける、男
And
女
of
関係
course,
ないっていうことだったりだとか、
science
理系進学
does
する
not
ことが
require,
難しく
it
て
does not
苦
matter
労する
whether
こと
you
なんだ
are
よっていうふ
girl
うに
or
思わない
boy.
っていう教
So
育
it,
だったり、
science is not
認
extra
知っていうのを
difficult than
私たち
choosing
世代
human
か
and
ら
art.
やってい
So
くってい
we
うことが
have
す
to,
ごく
our
大事なんじゃな
generation
いかな
should
というふうに
start
感じております。
conveying this kind of
そして最
idea
後
to
に
the future
IT 企
generation.
業として
And
も女
lastly,
性
as
エンジニアだっ
an
たり女性
IT
のデジタル
company,
人材の
female engineer,
雇
and
用に関しては非常に積極
we
的
are
な
very,
姿勢はあるかと思いま
I
す。
think
一方
the
で
companies
日
are
本
very
ではですね、
proactive in
採用したく
hiring
ても
and female
女性のエンジ
digital
ニア、理系人材いないというような
engineers.
ところ
But
に
in
直面
Japan,
をしておりまして、
these
その中でアメリカでは
female
比較的女性エンジ
resources
ニア
are
と
very
女
short.
性のデジ
But
タ
in
ル
the
人
United
材って
States,
いうのは
there
多い
are
というところ
quite
なんですけ
a
れど
lot
も、大体
abundant
10年
female
前以上に
engineers
で
or
すね、
candidates. But
GAFA を
about
中
10
心
years
とし
ago,
デジタ
centering in
ル
around
の環境、デジ
GAFA,
タル人材の
distant environment and
働き方
digital
の
human
働きやすさだったり
resources,
だとか、
it's
お給
the
料の良さだ
easiness
ったりだ
to
とか、
work in
そう
this
いった
digital
もの
domain
を
and
民間
the
の
good
PR が
pay.
非常に
So
力を入れてやっていた
the
ことから
public sector were being advertising about these merits of these digital domains. So men also thought that digital work was good, and I heard that the female followed suit. So although the Japanese companies are willing to hire females, so we have to start educating the parents and teachers, and next we can start branding these IT domains involving the nation and also the local municipalities. And also the public sectors can also help, not only proactively hiring, but also after hiring, they have to think about whether they are being able to provide a good working environment for females. And many people feel that venture companies are a hard place to work, but so the venture companies should also think about how they can promote and hiring females and to provide a good working place for females. So going to the science domain and for IT-related education, we need to re-educate the parents, and also we need to carry out the branding and to raise awareness involving the national government and the local municipality as well.
Thank you very much for quite an insightful comment. And one of the common aspects which were referred all the time was that unconscious bias. And unconscious bias is being observed in many forms. And for example, in the family, for example, well, when we contact with the parents and the brothers, sisters, and the relatives, the children can unconsciously learn such bias. And the second is education. In the schools, there are unconscious bias. It could be sometimes it's conscious in giving the bias, but anyway, there's a bias ground in education. And the third, when you find the job, there are the bias. These three seems to be the critical bias that exists at this moment. And for that, I'd like to further dive into such unconscious bias. And it is about the mindset. And therefore, there's no clear and imminent, clear policy to impact imminent. However, perhaps if you change the formality or the systems and structures, and by implementing some structures and organization system, and then we could rectify such unconscious bias. I actually personally believe that that could worth discussion. Among those of your comments, unconscious bias is being revisited from the systems and the structural point of view. What type of structure or policies could be useful? Could that be taken by the government? Could that be taken by private companies? Perhaps in the case of the families, maybe the value for life could be really difficult to change in short period of time. But perhaps the systems implemented in the schools could actually grow the bias reflected in the family. Therefore, unconscious bias need to be rectified, and anything that could contribute to rectifying the unconscious bias, and what would be the systematic change that we could make. Affirmative action is one way. I believe that we would focus on some short-term period is okay. However, it could be long-term, and that will be beneficial. And taking some affirmative actions is one thing, be it company, be it university or schools. Maybe that could be the teachers ratio, that could be students ratio, and we could provide some subsidies if one achieved the affirmative action. And I'd like to hear what are the opinions from outside of Japan. And also, I'd like to ask Japanese participants whether affirmative action is useful. Some people are negative on affirmative action, and some people says that mindset is the first one to change. I'd like to ask about this point. Well, if possible, I will direct this question for Mr. Marcel. In the Belgium company, you mentioned about the maternity leave or the child care holiday of 16 weeks, regardless of men and women. And in fact, such system exists in Japan. Men are eligible to take holidays for such holiday for child rearing, and yet because of the unconscious bias and mindsets, they are resistant to take holidays. And I would like to ask your comment. So implementing such comment, would that be useful to change the mindsets? And if you have some experience, or even if implementing some holiday system, yet mindset may not be changed, and if there's any barrier, what would be the barrier? Also, if you could have any answer?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, sure. Thank you. And I think it's a good question. Thanks also for the other contributors. I think very valuable comments about affirmative action. I think we have some experience with that in Europe. The challenge, I think, with affirmative action, it helps as a start. But at some point, it also creates new barriers to set quota or to introduce measures that are being considered by the other half, we men, as kind of benefiting women. So they definitely help, but do they really break the unconscious bias? And the model we have evolved to in our company, and which I truly believe in as well as a person, and which I even as a father in my family practice, is that we are equal and have the equal treatment. And I think what is important is that men more and more realize that they are a fundamental part of society as well, also in raising kids, and that is not something only for women, and that men in that sense should also be facilitated to recognize that it's not a special thing to take care of your kids, to take some time off from work, and that it won't kill your career. And in my company, we have some experience. I know some other countries have it in legislation as well, the possibility. But what you see indeed is that companies is not really practiced. So, as I said, we put it as part of our strategy, not as a nice to have that you can do and offer, but it's really part of also we as leaders, how we operate in our teams. And our KPIs are linked to that. Even our bonuses are linked to that, in how we create that gender equality. So we even stimulate it in our company. I think, we need to do, I think some of you said it rightly, we need to set the role models, and it cannot only be government that sets rules and standards that we then have to follow. I think it also should come a bottom up from more and more companies. Particular, you said as well, Mrs. Cutler, public-private. I think there's the solution. Part of the solution comes from public authorities, but private companies also should set the example. And I hope the more companies set the example as we do, the more normal it will be. Because then only you break unconscious bias. Only doing affirmative actions, setting targets, and for instance, quota about how many women in your leadership is not going to do the trick. It's not the only thing. Thanks.
に入れるっていうのは大きいですね。おそらく日本の企業もですね、KPI に入れるというところになってくると、まだまだこれからというところが多いと思います。
not many companies are doing that yet. So just as I mentioned, although setting a target,
ところに皆さんのマインドが
the mindset of the people are not really going to achieve
それが
that
全てのその
KPI or target.
パフォーマンスのですね、
So
評価に
if
つながるというところをしっか
this
り
kind
KPI 化するというの
of
が
things would
一つもしかする
be
と
connected to the evaluating of all the KPIs, then that might serve as one measure. So regarding this matter, I would like to ask Mr. Hasegawa, if you incorporate this into the educational field, I think we need to do something drastic. So we cannot wait for the people's mindset to change. It would take so much time. So if we are to change the system or institutions, what would be the most effective way to do that? For example, if we introduce a quota system and if we set a rigid target, make it mandatory to have a certain number of female, what if we have this kind of new institution or system? Would that be effective?
お聞かせ願えればと思います。
はい、大変難しい問題だと思います。
It really is a difficult question to answer.
そうですね。制度、例えば私は教育行政の
So I am an expert in the educational system, so I do have my opinions on that. Suppose if the companies are hiring people,
じゃあそこでコストがどう変わるかってコスト
so they think about the cost
ですから、
when hiring people.
雑談にアファーマティブアクションする
So just introducing affirmative
どの
action.
ようなコストが発生するのか。
So what kind of cost would this affirmative action would incur? We need to think about
教
that.
育制度
On the other hand, looking at the educational system, so the issues on the university side,
でも非常に古い制度
these university systems are quite old from a global perspective, and they tend to resort on very ancient systems. In Japan, we had the first Imperial University in Tokyo that was established 150 years ago, and just as a bureaucratic society, there was the lower layer of the pyramid university being established. And in recent years, we're still seeing a lot of more universities, but these new universities
入ることは絶対無理です。
is really unable to go into the middle or the top of this pyramid. They just go onto the very lowest part of the pyramid. And as I have mentioned earlier, these universities used to be junior college or the former sort of finishing school before the war.
この問題
And
を
listening to all your
日
story,
本の大学制度かもしれないです。
maybe this problem is caused by the Japanese university system.
戦前はね、
Before
女
the
性は
war,
大学行けなかった。
females were unable to attend
日本人の
universities.
男子の
And
一番の進学の進学の
And
行きたいところ。
the most popular destination for boys at the time was to enter the Navy College and the Army College. But after the war, all these colleges were cancelled. But at that time, the smart boys were aspired to go to Navy College or Army College. And those who entered the Tokyo University of Tokyo were sort of geek people who wanted to go into the research area. So after the war, all these young boys who wanted to go to Navy College or Army College started to go to University of Tokyo or Kyoto University. And these two top universities only opened their gates to growth after the war. So when looking back into the Japanese history, I believe the major reason for this current issue is the Japanese education system. And I think it is impossible to solve this problem. It is too difficult and complicated.
どの面から考えるか。
So how to analyze this current system, what perspective we need to have. And after carrying out careful analysis, we need to think about something other than changing the institution itself. So, to be specific, is there any effective measures other than changing institutions or system? Can you come up with some idea? So, I said that many universities coming up. So, half of the private universities do not have a sufficient number of students. And there are many universities, they are not financially viable. And many students are choosing not to go on to universities. And this is not a good way of saying it. But if you go to a low-level university, and if you deduct that tuition going to that university, sometimes you can receive a better pay if you get a job after graduating high school. And under such circumstance, I'm thinking of using TV animation to encourage girls to enter into scientific fields. Thank you very much.
Thank you. One of the interesting common aspects of all the comments is that perhaps maybe information is not communicated correctly to the society at large. There are something like Honda-san mentioned earlier. Well, if I know this when I were young and my choice would have been different, or maybe the process of choice making was actually different. For example, how to choose the university and colleges. Honda-san mentioned as well. So it seems that in order to nurture the general culture of the society, what role model should be emphasized or communicated by the members of the media, or in the education setting, being a doctor, usually the male is described as a doctor in the picture of the textbook and so forth, and that remains. And the principal of the schools is always male, and actual teacher in the class is a female. So such a role model image still remains in the schools. And therefore, if I may, I'd like to invite Ms. Honda for your earlier remark. You mentioned about the example of the digital company and the pay level information that you shared with us and so forth. And perhaps correct data, factual data, should be well communicated to society. So if that is your suggestion, then what would be the efficient way to communicate such fact information to the society at large? Are there any proposals from Honda-san for the effective communication? Murakami-san, thank you. Now, information asymmetricity is very important. And therefore, of course, Prime Minister Kishida emphasized the economic independence of the female. And many mothers are fully agree to that. Of course, fathers as well. And many parents are divorcing nowadays. And therefore, think about that situation. You have a very tangible skills for earning money for the life. And for information that I mentioned is actually the data compared by Cabinet Office, the Equal Opportunity Department. So government is publishing the data, and yet that data is not well communicated to the society at large. Something that we could do better. I'm sure that you're going to publish the results of discussion somewhere. And can you include such information? One or two examples is good. I hope members of the media will talk about that data. And I hope that would happen. And we are having a very influential members of this panel, so I'm very privileged. But we have to play a role to communicate this data to the rest of the society. I would like your commitment on that. Thank you very much for and very useful information. And Wendy, if you are ready, I'd like to ask your comment. In the trade negotiation, when you are engaged in, going forward, many companies, many industries, and many countries at large will include the supply chain, some clothes in the trade agreement. Well, I'm sure that many would like to include supply chain includes in the trade agreement. And that is quite broad, of course, human rights and others. And from that context, maybe equal rights could be included in the trade agreement. And in the trade negotiations, the equal pay, equal opportunity is one of the topics as well, I'm sure. And from that point of view, Wendy, you've been having a very long career in this area. So women are not able to access to great opportunity. If the economy is not allowing women to do so, and also companies are not able to do so, then maybe that may be the reasons for the lower competitiveness of economy or the companies. Have you ever heard that in the negotiation table? If that is the case, then how, from a policy point of view, in the government policy domain, in order to increase the competitiveness of Japan in international market, can we incentivize the females' activities or inclusion of the female in IT area? Can we lead to the equal opportunity, equal pay? Should we direct the discussion like that, or should we not be doing that?
A lot of questions. Maybe if I can just first kind of comment on the discussion we've had already. For me, in my career, something that really changed kind of, or was very instrumental in my decisions on what I wanted to do as a professional were role models and women who would come in and speak to our schools who were working just in professions that I thought, would never happen. And I think growing up, the first female astronaut in the United States, that really changed things in America, that women could go up to space with men. And so I would encourage the notion of thinking of bringing more role models in, women into schools to talk about their careers. And it's really, I think, incumbent upon professional women who are heading companies, who are in the IT field, to kind of give back and to, help educate young women, not formally, but again, developing relationships with schools, even through creating internships. Affirmative action, the problem with affirmative action is, whether we like it or not, it's kind of a win-lose proposition. And so even though it benefits some in society, it's at the expense of others. And so I do agree, maybe as like in the early stages, there's room for affirmative action, but it's not a long-term solution, because what happens then is that you have growing resentment in the case of women and men, of men against women. And it's interesting because in Korea, this actually, has happened in real life, where young men are very resentful of young women. And if anything, it's leading to even more tensions between the genders in Korea. So it's something else to really, think about affirmative action very carefully. With respect to the questions you asked, I always had, the question for me in trade negotiations is, if you had a choice between like coming up with a gender chapter or a chapter on digital trade or trade facilitation, which is more important? And I think I come out on the latter, that what you really want to do is to try and come up with ways, for example, where women, in very practical terms, if they're in small businesses, how they can access digital tools to do their business. That's more important maybe than having nice language about how we need to share information and exchange data. I mean, it's a little controversial. I'm not saying one has to be at the expense of the other, but I do think very kind of practical and meaningful outcomes are, something that in the long term may be more beneficial. So I think that's how I would answer your question. And maybe I can just one point that with respect to small businesses and digital tools, the amazing thing is that more and more you can do your businesses, you can conduct business online. It's not just e-commerce and selling your stuff, right? You can advertise your stuff, you can sell your stuff, You can receive payments for your stuff. You can invoice your stuff. And once all stages in your business can be digitalized, that lessens the need to, hire people and to learn, to invest a lot of money and resources. It's much easier to sell online and to conduct your businesses online, than the traditional ways that business was conducted. Of course, that's not applicable in all situations, but I do think this whole idea of digitization of business, involving e-invoicing, e-contracting, single window where you get all your documents, you go to one website and can fill out all your documents needed to trade. I mean, I think that's a real revolution and a transformation which works to the benefit of women, but it's not affirmative action. It works to the advantage of everyone, but because women have been further behind, I think they gain more from those provisions in trade agreements.
ありがとうございます。その流れでですね、ちょっと山本さんのコメントにつながるんですけども、新しい働き方というものがデジタルの社会の中で可能になってきていると。
This new way of working is being realized in this digitalization.
言い方で呼ばれる。
This is sometimes called gig economy.
振り返ってみると日本はですね、正規非正規という大問題が実はある。
there was a major issue of regular employment and non-regular employment.
労働市場の流動性が高まって、柔軟性が高
having
まっ
high
て、
liquidity in the labor market and having more flexibility in the labor market, so people can choose their work freely. This sounds nice, but in Japan's system, there is a huge gap between regular and non-regular employees. And due to this, there is a major economic disparity among people. That is the Japanese background. Thinking about this Japanese context, looking at this digital economy, while this is expanding a more free way of working, so those who are working in the gig economy, more than looking at gender, but this may be a more comprehensive story, but these people working in the gig economy, the rights of these people working in the gig economy, their rights should be guaranteed. So this pit for that Japan has experienced through this non-regular and regular way of working, we have to be careful with building up the system and ensuring the rights of the gig workers. So regarding this matter, the possible way of instituting is two. One is to provide an environment where the information could be shared and to have a system to support career enhancement. In recent years, women empowerment, this wording is often used. And many of these activities are sort of breaking down the jobs into a very narrow scopes that could be sort of replaced by IT or digital actually. And these works are actually taken up by women from their home. So from a middle to long-term perspective, even women are working from home while raising their children. That work itself would disappear in the future. Then they were only they're only forced to do a job that cannot hope for a future pay increase. So utilizing gig economy in that context and to have female engaged in digital work, not only doing a very narrow scope of work, but in order to have them engaged in more high-skilled advanced jobs, maybe because of raising their children and because they switched to remote working, they might have to stop their current working way and they have to opt for these detailed, more narrow scope of work. But we have to create an environment so people can work regardless they are a regular worker or non-regular worker. So at vocational schools, they provide just sort of elementary elementary knowledges. So we need to have a system to provide more higher skill or higher education. And also we need to provide regular work for remote workers as well. And so if the private companies can proactively provide these kind of opportunities to female workers, we need to have some incentives so that the private companies can take these measures. So these non-regular workers or for those who are using these gig working environment, we need the government to provide an environment so the scaling up would be possible for remote gig workers. So they are being regularly employed, but if they're able to work in a flexible manner, and if that kind of new working way is provided by companies, the government should provide incentive to these companies. That's my idea. Thank you very much.
Now I take that information need to be communicated well to the people, and well, information sometimes be referred by many panel members. So I'd like to ask further. In this WAW conference, we are discussing this matter. So use this venue to try to lead to the policy making, and for that to happen, we need the communication of information and need to make policy decisions. And when I listened to Ms. Ito, it was 6 years ago. The very first WAW was organized and I was there, but we had a very similar discussion back then. Every time we are making a very similar discussions. Your point exactly. Although 6 years passed, and yet there's no clear and concrete and visible progress. And I thought that this time we need to prove something different. When we repeat the same thing, we will just keep repeating 7th and 8th time. So information communication is one thing, but what needs to be changed, that is critical. If we just put out the information, it is not effective enough. And maybe the way which put out the information is something that needs to be changed. And the media's role is actually very important, in my opinion. What type of approach can we make to the media, for example? Changing the ways to communicate. Of course, it takes too long to change the parents, and therefore we should work on the children's mindset change first. But Ito-san, any comment at this juncture? Right. It is a very complicated issue. Well, if you communicate information with this rigid conference and assembly, this formality, is it really impressive to everyone? I wonder. No, then looking at the professions that the kids wants to get, over 23 years, patissier, confectionery is the top choice of the girls for the last 23 years, which means that girls will go along with the shopping with a parent and then a mother, and then when they go into the cake shop, they are very excited in watching at the cake, and they would like to be a confectionery maker. So in the day-to-day life, small girls, how they could get interested in STEM, how could they expose to science and technology, how can we capture their minds and spirits? That is the key. I know it is very difficult, but maybe making a very interesting TV program. Animation is one thing. We need to expose girls to the STEM area more. That perhaps is the quickest ways to do. But again, in STEM area, whether the girls could be excited enough, and we organize information to excite girls, that's really difficult. There has to be full-fledged efforts. The whole company efforts need made. That would be very difficult. However, it could be low-hanging. It could be sounds remote, but it could be quick win, I think. At the age of 18 years old, at the graduation of high school, I started work as an idol and actor. So I didn't go to university, but at the age of 45 years old, I started to learn more. And therefore, I went to university and I majored in robot engineering. And in the grad school, I was making robots and I was more interested and I wanted to go to a PhD school. And then there were no PhD for the robot engineering. Therefore, I went to the bioengineering, and I've been doing culture biology, and I've been doing experiments every day. And when I was small, if I had an opportunity in this area, then I could get interested more in STEM. I could have started a career earlier, but I was not, unfortunately, able to expose to that. There are many girls who want to be a cake maker. Some girls want to be a star, of course, because they were exposed more on their day-to-day life. And that's why their adoration grows. So we need to give information so that the girls will be enticed or draw into the STEM area. I actually have one question. Mr. Haruma, you mentioned about the child caring holiday for men, and bonus will be provided in an equal way. In what way you could give a bonus for those who take the holiday? Are there any incentive that you provide to the men? Please answer in short, please.
Well, it's not, you don't get a bonus if you take the holiday. The bonus, it's part of the KPI of the leader, of the manager of the team, to provide these opportunities. And we hope, doing it at the workplace, they also bring it home because they're also fathers. And that's, I think, it works different ways, but setting that example is important. And creating that level playing field as a leader across the board is important in our bonus system.
So leaders will take initiative and implement that in workplace. That is very important. If I may, Hasegawa-san, can I ask a question? Short, please. Well, the high school teachers or sending boys to the science college, are they benefit incentive? Where did they receive the incentive? High school management gives incentive, regardless of whether girls or boys. When the students go to university, and then university give teacher some extra bonus. So if the girls go to scientific university, I could recommend assistance so the bonus could be doubled if girls go to the science university. Right, that sounds a good idea. So I wanted to clarify. Thank you very much.
転職が当たり前の
社会という話がありましたので、今おっしゃるその活動の中で、新しい分野が成長することによってそこに新しい商機が生まれて、 area or domain developing, you may have a new career coming up or new business chance coming up. So those young people you are getting into touch. How can you nurture a mindset among young people that this current job is not your full-time or lifetime job? Thank you very much.
そうですね。プログラミングとかそういう IT 技術とか
programming and these IT skills, these.
いろんな新しい産業が生まれる。
So because we're having new industries coming up, then there may be new opportunities also coming up. Whether you reskill yourself, when you forget what you have learned, when you can reset yourself, and you can that you can develop yourself on again and again. How do you instill this kind of mindset to young people? So we carry out entrepreneurship training as well, provide leadership training. So because Japanese females are less confident, and they may not stand up to accept good opportunities. And we have heard about these trends, and we were dubious about that. But especially university girls have that kind of tendency rather than junior high school and high schools, because of their less confidence, their outcome would be impacted by the attitude. So we do some mindset training and entrepreneurship training as well to empower them as well. Thank you very much.
So
here we would like to conclude this session.
こちらで皆様にですねいただいたご意見、コメント等はですね、
your comments and views
から開催されますクロージングセッションにおきまして、 今日実は山本さんにですね、
presented
の役割をお願
by
い
Ms.
しているんですけ
Yamamoto,
れど
who
も、
will be the rapporteur for this group. This will be presented at the closing session starting from 4:20 this afternoon.
大変
So
貴重なご意見をいただ
thank
き
you
まして
very
あり
much
がとう
for
ござい
your
ました。
very
本田さんも
useful
ニューヨークから
insight.
参加いただ
And
きまして
thank
あり
you
が
very
とうご
much,
ざいま
Honda-san,
した。
joining from New
こちら
York.
今日のセッションはこちらで終
So
了いたします。
we
あり
would
が
like
とう
to
ございま
conclude
し
this
た。
session. Thank you very much for your active participation.
Good afternoon. It is time to start session 7. Under the title of Realizing a Society Protecting Women, Dignity and Pride, I'd like to now open the session. I will be taking honor of serving as moderator. Currently, I am serving as a member of CEDAW committee, and I am Akizuki Hiroko, professor of Asia University. May I instruct on the simultaneous interpretation, channel 1 for Japanese and channel 2 for English. First of all, I'd like to highlight the key points of this session 7. During this morning, we've discussed partly WHO says that across the world, 1 in 3 women would experience at least once in their lifetime subject to the violence. And the United Nations Secretary General report states that every 11 minutes, 1 woman are victimized by either the partner or the family member and usually being killed. And there are many violence against women at large in the society. There are violence against women prevalent around the world. We have to be very serious in tackling this issue. On the other hand, there are major backlash around the world against the people who try to protect the right of the women. There are violence, the homicide, and all these incidents are happening against such people. So this session is very important. Now, under the theme of realizing a society of protecting women's dignity and pride, there are 2 key words I'd like to outset. First is dignity. I am specialized in international law, and therefore I talked about the rights. But before the rights, human being to live as a humankind, we need the concept of dignity. Second is the word society. Realize society. And society, in fact, is very important because other civil and social rights and political rights and citizens' rights and also social and cultural rights and rights of refugees. And there are diverse range of human rights, in particular in regard to the rights of women, that is rooted deeply in the structure of the society, tradition, customs, and societal structures. Because of this reason, changing the society and societal structure is very important perspective in addressing this issue. Dignity and society, these 2 are my important 2 keywords in this particular session. Now, the topics are listed for, as you see. The first is under the COVID pandemic. With that, compared to men, women subject to higher level of the negative impact, particularly losing jobs or violence because of the gender, particularly subjected to domestic violence that is prevalent around the world. In order to overcome this issue, what type of actions would be needed and what needs to be taken as an action going forward? And the second is that what will be the preventive measures, victim support, and punishment of perpetrators who are being implemented in each country to eradicate violence against women and girls. The third topic is related to the second topic. What kind of environment need to be established to prevent victims to be subjecting to the secondary victimization, allowing the victim to raise their voice and speak up? What efforts need to be made to prevent secondary victimization? And the fourth topic is that what efforts are needed to prevent women and girls from falling into the negative spiral of the period poverty or menstruation poverty while promoting the protection of sexual and reproductive health and rights. We recently picked up the issue of economic issues in regard to the menstruations and what good examples are observed around the world. These are the 4 topics, and may I introduce today's participants. First is OECD Tokyo Center, head of the Tokyo Center, Ueda Naoko. Ueda-san is joined the Foreign Minister of Affairs in 1993, and he served as OECD Secretariat. And in 2019, the head of the Asia Pacific Cooperation Bureau, and in 22, in June, OECD Tokyo Center representative now. And the second speaker is, we're very delighted and honored to welcome Ms. Saima Wazed Hossein. And Ms. Wazed is serving as advisor to the WHO Mental Health and Autism, and she's serving as the advisor to the Director General of the WHO of Mental Health and Autism, and chairperson of Shuchona Foundation, and also she's serving as the working group special advisor, supreme advisor to the National Program of Mental Disease and the Autism. And the third member is a male participant in order to eradicate the discrimination of the gender. Very welcome to join Tsukagoshi Manabu, Director of Diversity and Work-Life Balance Development Department, the Toray Corporate Business Research and Chief Consultant. And also, Tsukagoshi-san is also serving as the head of the NPO Fathering Japan in order to promote the father to work in the company and try to do cheerleading. And he's a core member of the government initiative to increase the number of corporate workers involving in the child care, and also Cabinet Office, the cross-sectional collaboration liaison in this particular matter. So he is a representative of a male speaker. And the fourth is Fuyumi Morita. She is the lawyer and member of Kudamatsu City Council of Yamaguchi Prefecture, and Legal Japan Tokuyama Office lawyer herself, and she is attorney at law. Starting this year, she is serving as the Shimomatsu City Assembly member, and she's well versed in the very technical issues of the laws, as well as she has some experiences in the rural part of Japan. We are very delighted to have 4 diverse members to discuss on this particular topic. Now, without further ado, we would like to have one person for making a speech for each. And any discussions made this session is going to report it on the closing session starting on the 20 minutes past 4. And Rapporteur is going to make a presentation on the discussion during this session. Now, 5 minutes per person. We'd like to invite everyone to talk about regarding the topic of realizing a society protecting women's dignity and pride, and personal relations and good examples if you have. I'd like to welcome any opinions. First is Ms. Ueda, head of OECD Tokyo Office Center, please.
Thank you very much for the introduction. I am Naoko, the head of OECD Tokyo Center. First of all, so the dignity in society, these two keywords given by Ms. Akizuki, that resonated much with me. So at the opening meeting, the Prime Minister Ardern from New Zealand had introduced or cited old saying in New Zealand that women's rights should be respected. So I thought that these kind of saying, if they have these saying in the rural society, it would be very meaningful. And changing the custom, changing the societal system, I think that would be helped by having this kind of saying. So my relationship with this gender, in my personal view, so I was in charge of gender through my job actually.
個人的な思いとしては、暴力ということはないんですけれども、
it was not actually violence, but looking back,
若い時に結
when I
婚
was
を考え
young,
た時に、
when I was thinking of getting
相
married,
手の方が当然のように
my
とても
partner,
素晴らしい方だったんですけれど、
so that partner was a good person, but
こちらが
very
仕事を辞め
naturally
る
that
ことを前
person
提に
was
人生経験を
thinking,
決めておられたという
having a life
ことを
plan, thinking that
非常に
I
強烈な
would
違和感を
resign,
感じまして、
leave my job,
でそれは
and
一つ
I
の
had
きっ
a
かけになったかなと
I
いうふうに
was
は思っており
very
ます。
uncomfortable. So I think
まずは
that was a
今日は
start
OECD の
when I
いろんな
started to
その
think
デ
of
ータと
gender.
か
So using
あとそれ
various
に基づ
data
いた
from
分析、それから
OECD
提
and
言、
analysis
そん
based
な
on
こ
the
とも背
data
景に、
and
ただ
OECD's
それを押し売
proposals.
りはしたく
So
ない
I
ので、
just don't want to push these kind of
我
things
々
to
私
anybody,
どちら
but
かというとそのいろんな国の経験を持ち寄って、
so I
教
would
訓を
like
学び合
to
って
bring together various
抽
learnings
出して
from
いくと
various
提言に
companies
抽出
and
して
try
い
to
くというようなこ
extract
とで、
these
政
learnings
策に
into
役
some
立つよう
kind of
なこと
proposals
をということを
so
心
it
が
could
けて
be
やってるん
useful
ですが、
to
そんな観
policy
点か
making.
ら
So
い
from
た
this
だい
kind
た
of
3つの論
perspective,
点につい
I
て
would like to talk
OECD な
about
りの考
the
え方、また
three
私自身の個人的な
objectives
フレーバーも少し付け加えさせていただいた上
from
で
the
お話し
OECD's
させていただけ
viewpoint,
ればと
adding
いうふうに
some
思います。
of my personal
ま
views
ず
as well.
1点目の論点、
So
新型
starting
コロ
from
ナ
the first
こ
one,
の時にどんな問題が生じたのか、
what kind of
で
issues
克服の取り組み
were brought
という
about
ことで
by
ございま
new
す。ま
COVID
ず
virus
コ
and
ロナ
what
によ
kind
っ
of
て増
measures
幅
to
した問題
overcome
に
the
ついてお
situation.
話しいたします。
So about the situation that was
女性やはり
aggravated
医
by
療
COVID.
従業者の多
So,
く、ほぼ
so many of the
70%
healthcare
女性が
workers
占めて
are
おりまし
women,
て、
around
日々
70%
感
are
染リス
women,
クにさらされ
and
ながら
they
最
were
前
always
線で
exposed
活
to
動しておりま
infection
す。
risk, and they
で
were
一方、
struggling
意
at
思
the
決定での
forefront.
参画
On the
は
other
やはり
hand,
低い
they have
という
very
問題
low
で、同時に家
sort
事
of
労働とか育児と
engagement
か親の
rate
介護
in
といった負
decision
担はこの
making.
コロナの間により増
And
大しまし
during
て、
the
なぜなら
COVID,
ば
females
やは
had
りその学校と
more
か施設が
chores
封
or
鎖され
child
て、
raising
外出宣言がある
works,
ということ
and
で、
because of
ケ
their
アとか、あ
travel
るいは料理と
restriction
か、
or
掃除
curfew,
とかいった
so
家
they
庭の
had
仕
to
事
do
の負
more
担が
house
増大し
chores,
たということがございま
and
す。
that was the
で、
difficult
この背
difficulty
景には
for
やはりその
women.
男女の
And
役
in
割
the
についての
background,
伝統的な
that
考え
was
方が根
there was
強
the
いかな
traditional
と
idea
いうふうに
how
データを
the
見
roles
ても
between men and
観察さ
women.
れます。
So this could
で、
be observed through the
あ
data
と
as well.
雇用の創出もかな
And
りコロナ
loss
の
of
時に起き
employment
たんですけれども、
took
や
a
はりその
lot
女性
during
というのは
COVID,
男性
and
よりもそれ
female
に
was
対して
more
脆弱という
vulnerable
統計
to
が出
loss
てお
of
ります。
employment.
で、これは特に
Looking at the
開発途上
statistics,
国と新興
especially in
諸
developing
国で顕
countries
著で
and
ございま
emerging
して、
countries,
やは
this
り
was
そのインフォ
more
ーマルな労働
clear,
が多いという
and
こと
there
で
were
保
more
障がない。
informal
で、
labors
要は
taking
無
place
登
without
録で
any
基本
safety
的な
net.
社会保障とか
So
法的な保障がない
they
と
did not
いうこと
without
で、雇用
they
給
were
付も
working without
受けられない
any
という
sort
中
of
で女性が
social
働き続けていると。
welfare
で、女
being
性の多
provided.
くはサービスセクタ
And
ーでの
many
仕
of the
事でございま
females
す
are
ので、
working in
これ
the
もその
service
コロナの影
sector,
響を受けやすい
and
と
the service
いう
sector
ことで
were very much
結
affected
果
by
してつな
COVID.
がっております。で、比較可能なデータがある OECD の
And
諸国の平均を見まして
looking
も、
at the
例え
average
ば
of the
航空業
OECD
は
countries, looking at the
47%、
air flight
飲
industry,
食業は
47%, in the
53%、
food and beverage,
宿泊業は 60% を女性が占めておりまして、そういった意
62%,
味でも
and
女
in
性が
accommodation and
打撃を受けている
industry,
ということでございます。で、加えまして、ロック
many
ダウンにより
were
ドメスティック
done
バイオレ
by
ンスの問題が
female
や
employees.
はり深
And
刻
due
化
to
しておりま
lockdown
し
and
て、
domestic violence
移動制
became
限 に
more
よって
serious, and due
虐
to
待する側
travel
は
restriction,
される側に
the
絶大な支配
domestic
力を
violence inflicting
持つことが
side
でき
were
ると。
able
で、
to
暴力から
exercise
逃れ
more
ようとしても
control on the
避難場所を
victims.
探せない
And
わけ
even
で
they
すね、ロ
wanted
ッ
to
クダウンな
escape
ので。
during the
という
lockdown,
ことで
the
深刻化
victim
していると。
could not find
で、
anywhere to
加えて、
go.
女性、女の子の子供だけじゃないんです
And
け
not
れども、
only
子供の
girls,
栄養不足
but
とか、それから
the
家庭内暴力に
malnutrition
さらされ
among
るリスクと
general
か、あ
children,
るいはそ
and the
の
risk of being
ネッ
exposed to
ト
domestic
の
violence.
使用が監視者
And
の金が増えたことで、
children were
ネッ
able
ト
to
いじ
get
めとか
access
性
to
的
net
搾取が
internet without being
増えた
monitored
と
by their parents, and that led to more sexual exploitation. And the children and the most impoverished children had not even the access to this internet. So, what kind of initiatives were taken place for these happenings? There were many initiatives that were taken. So there were helplines or hotlines for domestic violence using WhatsApp and other social medias in France and Spain and Turkey and Slovakia. In these countries, they provided help or support, and this was done in France and Turkey, and also in Japan, Denmark, Greece. They used mail services, and what I thought interesting was in part of Spain and Chile, at the pharmacy,
face mask 19というコードワードを開発して、
had a code word saying face mask 19, and so that the females were able to seek help in a more easy manner. That was one good practice. And in Australia,
2020年の7月から7月まで
July 2020,
労働の人のための保育サービスを無料で提供するというようなグッドプラクティス
provided childcare for free for people in desperate need. So that was also one good practice. So going to the second point, so towards eradicating violence to girls and female, what kind of measures are being taken place or not being taken place in various countries? Before going to that point, the important thing is to change the societal norm. That is my idea.
OECD の女性、OECD 諸国で見ましても、
So looking at OECD countries,
8% は
8% of the female
することは正当化されるかもしれないと。
fears or says that
北欧のデンマークとか
the male partner inflicting violence to females could be tolerated. But in Finland, it could be around 1%. But in Germany, 20% of female agrees with that idea. Not just one specific country, but this is a tendency. And in emerging countries,
需要率は非常に高いです。で、
there are many female who sort of succumb to this kind of violence. So I think it is very necessary to change this kind of societal way of thinking. So social institutions and gender index, SIGI, this is the data from OECD.
これは国連の
And this is
SDG の511
this 511 SDGs.
平等と差別の撤廃をするための
This is
枠組みが制定されているかどうかっていうのを測る
this is index to check whether gender equality measurement is being based or not. So this SIGI is looking at a family member's life and whether the women has the right to control their own physical bodies, and females' public life and females' economic activities. They have 16 indicators and they have 3 variables such as whether the legal framework is established, or behavior and attitude and practice and the reality, such as child marriage and so FGM and violence and the natural ratio between boy and girl, and this representation of female in management layer and has no right to own a land and cannot have access to financial institutions, have limited access to legal services. So these are being measured. And from these statistics, we are able to carry out analysis. And while doing so, these social practices, so not only public but also in official law systems, way of thinking, these kind of societal systems are having a lot of impact on women. That is our analysis. For example, so if you suffer violence or rape or harassment, whether there is a legal framework to protect women from these damages. There are countries that have legal frameworks, but there are many countries where the victims are still suffering. And in case of honor crime, the lighter penalty could be admitted. And in some countries, domestic violence is not treated as a criminal case. And some female do not make complaints. So this data could be actually lower than the reality. So the FGM and the missing persons, and also infanticide and female gone missing, and these are very obvious in Asia and Africa. And even there are legal frameworks, there are many loopholes. And there are some bias within the society. So discriminatory social norms. So this is, so as I have mentioned, some female tolerate some kind of violence. In terms of FGM, looking at the 29 countries where data is accessible, so 23% of the girls and females say that they have to go through FGM. So that is a major barrier that we have to tackle.
他方でじゃあグッドプラクティスとしてどういうものがあるかということをちょっとご紹介したいんですけれども、いくつかあるんですが、特に明記したいのはオーストラリアでございまして、オーストラリアはやはりこういったことは今申し上げたようないろんなものの概念とかを変えていく必要があるから、
it is necessary to change the concept. So it takes time to do that. So based on that way of thinking,
そういった問題意識に基づきながらも国家計画をきちんと
still at the same time they're having a sort of a public framework or a sort of a nation sort of a guideline to eradicate domestic violence. And part of the plan is
国家計画を作った上で暴力の一時予防のためのキャンペーン
they are carrying out the campaign Stop It at the Start. So they're carrying out this kind of campaign.
若者のインフルエンサー、例えば
This is influence among young people, so sports and coach or teachers that have a lot of impact to young people.
女性に対する暴力のサイクルを断ち切る力があるんだということを理解してもらうように
They were encouraging people to understand that their behavior can help reduce violence to women.
In regard to the question number 3, how the victim can speak up of their victimization and what environment will enable them to do so. At OECD, they've been making many research reports in order for the safety in psychology. For example, the bullying in the workplace, the whistleblowing has to be completely confidential and secret. And also, you don't have to report the name of the complainer when some harassment is reported. Such system is put in place. In Japan, there is no official law to protect the people under the office workplace bullying. There's no one-to-one relationship. However, other than Japan, all the OECD countries have their legislations. But legislation is not the only one. Even if there's laws and rules, the bullying in the office place is a big problem. For example, organizational tolerance against such bullying is really the problem. How the tone at the top or other senior management, that is very important. So tone at the top is very clear on the dignity for the women and the attitude against the violence actually creates a lot of differences in corporate culture. And in human personnel assessment, there has to be a clear assessment what is bullying, and those who made a bullying should not win any good points. And so in regard to the period poverty per se, or menstruation poverty, what are the good practices which is related to the topic 4? One example is taxation per se. In taxation, the gender impact assessment has to be made, and there are some countries which adopt the reduction of the tax burden in the case of menstruation. Belgium, Kenya, Iceland, and Mexico have implemented some tax exemption for menstruation burden, and taxes reduced. Or in regard to the feminine care products, eradicating the some exercise tax, and also in Kenya there is a national plan on the hygiene of menstruation. So all of the people will be able to access to information regarding menstruation, and that is quite an innovative activity. In addition, although outside of the OECD report in Scotland starting this summer, the Scotland government has mandated the local government to provide the menstruation products free of charge. So on the whole, revising the tax structure, thinking about the menstruation burden, would actually equalize the burden financially, and Iceland, from that point of view, it is not just feminine products products, but also other personal care products as well. For example, the shaver. For men, the tax reduction apply for the shavers, but in fact, for females shaving products, tax was not reduced, and therefore, all of the shavers' burden is reduced, or the exercise tax is reduced to zero, for example. These may be very effective in my opinion. Sorry for taking up such a long time. Thank you very much. Thank you for the thorough presentation and introduction of the good examples. When I listen to your speech, having specific data makes your story more convincing. Particularly in advanced countries, there are so many violence prevalent at this moment. You've talked about the specifics about taxation and excise tax structures, and gender need to be incorporated in all aspects of the national system. I'd like to call upon Ms. Saima-Wazed, please.
Thank you so much. It's such a pleasure to be here, and I'd like to first thank the government of Japan for inviting me and asking me to speak at this event, and particularly to talk about a topic that is, very close to my heart. I'm a psychologist by profession, and mental health and emotional well-being has certainly been something that has driven me my entire life, and driven me into the profession and what I have worked on. It also led me to advocate for autism and mental health later on. As for the topic, I'd like to start really identifying what we mean by dignity. In many of our cultures, and we've talked to our moderator and other panelists here, in many ways for Japanese women and Bengali women, we're very much alike. We may be very different in countries, but when it comes to women and the cultural perspective of women and expectation, the similarity. And the similarity is really what this topic of discussion is today, talking about dignity, because in some ways, dignity and maintaining our dignity as women is a double-edged sword. It both becomes something that we want to empower ourselves with, but it is also the same reason we end up staying in very difficult and violent relationships, particularly in situations, we find ourselves in situations where we are unable to extract ourselves or unable to escape because it's our dignity, it's our pride. A woman's dignity and pride is not just belonging something to her, but it's also representative of what her family stands for. So the social, cultural connotations of dignity end up impacting women in a way and impacting how we behave. In the corporate sector, we are too dignified to really clamor for that higher position, to be demanding of higher wages, to be demanding of a raise. Within our family structure, what we notice is a lot of women will not advertise the higher position, advertise the higher pay than their spouse in order to ensure there is balance in a relationship. And so women end up we women end up holding ourselves back in our career achievement, in our educational achievements, because if we want to maintain the peaceful, balanced life, especially within our intimate partners and our spouses, we have to take a step back. We have to be quieter. And that affects us economically, that affects us socially, but it has a huge impact emotionally. And another topic that we're talking about violence, the intimate partner violence, the emotional abuse, the controlling abuse, the psychological, physical abuse that women endure. We have so much fragmented data, and we're unable to really get a true picture of what happens in family situations, largely because our own dignity, in order to retain our dignity, in order to sustain our pride, we do not go and speak. We do not share what we experience, particularly when the violence is such that it's emotional, it isn't physical in nature, when it is much more personal, when it is controlling behavior in very subtle ways that most people do not understand, that is also perpetuated and supported by our culture. So all of that really significantly impacts us long term. In Bangladesh, we did a survey in 2015 that looked at violence, physical violence, sexual violence, economic violence, emotional violence, as well as controlling behavior. This was controlling behavior as a factor in and of itself is so significantly prevalent in Bengali culture in Bangladesh particularly, and so well supported by our culture, by our family expectations, even by our religious beliefs, that it's almost not recognized as something that is abusive and something that is harmful. So, you know, in the study in 2015, they found that 72.6% of women who had ever been married had experienced some form of one of these violence. I myself lived with an extremely controlling and abusive husband for 20 years that I never ever spoke, that never truly even recognized and acknowledged. So yes, it can happen very easily, it is very pervasive, and it is very supported. And women, on top of that, aren't able to seek the legal recourses. Bangladesh, we have changed a lot of our laws so that women can immediately seek legal recourse, and yet only 70% of the women do not go and seek any kind of legal support because of the nature of the process. Although claiming abuse from a spouse or a partner leads to very immediate serious action, but the severity in and of itself is prevents women from seeking support, prevents women from going to seeking support from law enforcement and going through the procedure, because the procedures itself are so violating. You do not want to harm your dignity. You do not want harm to come to your family's pride in order to make it a public process where you will, in addition, be humiliated. All over the world, we hear about cases where women have come forth, powerful positions. They have been put in a position to defend why they were victimized, why they continue to remain in relationships where they were victimized, and to defend and go into detail, and in fact, re-traumatize themselves and harm themselves emotionally by going into detail of what they experience, why they experience, and again, culturally very supported, sort of discover why they actually remained. Why was it really that harmful? So the onus is always placed on us women to continuously defend and retain our dignity, as well as seek the kind of solutions that are available. The UN has developed, and the WHO has developed, a framework called RESPECT, a framework that talks about preventing violence against women that are aimed at policymakers. Frameworks like that are amazing, and many of those things have been implemented in countries like ours. So the 7 areas, the RESPECT is an acronym. So RESPECT talks about relationship skills strengthening, a very core problem regarding violence. So strengthening relationships, empowerment of women, both socially, economically, and other areas. Ensuring services that can support them in the community. Reducing poverty, because certainly poverty has been indicated by a lot of the data to really incite and enable a more violent within the home, and enabling environments, so creating schools, workplaces, public spaces that are protective of women, that ensure safeguard of women, that ensure that their women are treated with respect, and child and adolescent abuse prevention programs, both from a legal point of view as well as a health point of view. And lastly, transforming attitudes, beliefs, and norms. Personally, I feel that, yes, a lot of those frameworks, there's many small things being done. In Bangladesh, certainly we've been implementing all 6 of those programs. But when it comes to transforming attitudes, beliefs, and norms, we are falling severely short of it. We are not really talking about what are those attitudes, what are those beliefs, what are those norms that we are unable to let go. Many of those are supported by our religious beliefs, by our traditions. There is no harm in those traditions and religious beliefs, because when they originated, they originated with the idea of protecting women, ensuring women can have a life of dignity. But again, that has become the double-edged sword. When trying to ensure that women are protected, they are remaining in situations that are untenable, that are actually harmful in the long run. Depression, we talk about depression and talk about anxiety, and particularly during the COVID pandemic, we noted a significant rise in women's, as well as men, but particularly in women's mental health situation. And we saw a significant rise in domestic violence. And yet we shy away from, in our dialogue within the health system, we shy away from connecting those two dots. We talk about them as two separate things. Women, many of those situations, women were already living in those relationships where they were not treated with dignity, that they were not treated respectfully, that they were not treated as equal partners. And now, without the benefit of having, sometimes it's an escape, but without having the income resources that they brought in, without having their network of people they worked with, people they associated with, they're now full-time stuck in that violent home. And then you have the economic impact. We do know stress and impact and financial hardships can cause even further damage to a relationship. It can cause the abusive spouse to become even more stressed and even more abusive. And the cycle continues. So, undiagnosed mental illness and undiagnosed depression and poor coping skills within the spouse, within a lot of the times men who already tend to seek very few mental health support. And we have a culture where men are supposed to be able to manage their own emotions. We women at least form an ad hoc sort of support network where we support each other, we talk one another, but men tend to not do that. It aggravates those conditions. And we saw a product of an existing chronic problem that we have ignored. We saw that during the COVID pandemic with the rise in increased depression, with the rise in increased mental illness, with the rise in stress and the rise in domestic violence situations. So again, talking about women and the need for dignity, this is really key at the core and heart of all of the problems and challenges women face. This significant social exclusion, marginalization, and stigma that are associated with what happens when women are are unable to exercise their human rights, when they're unable to seek the right kind of health support or social support or even familial support, are age-long, are chronic, and will continue unless we really address those traditional beliefs, both within men and women, and find ways to have dialogues and conversations that are openly discussing what are these challenges, what can we do that will lead to a different outcome, along with many of the things that you've mentioned about real economic challenges. Everything that we women buy and purchase are costlier, and yet we do need that. We do need to have beautiful skin. We do need to have beautiful hair. That is something we take pride in. That is the joy and pleasure of being women. But why is it that it's so much more costlier for us? Why is it that we are expected to be beautiful and expected to be able to afford it as well? And so we go out and work. Most South Asian countries, in countries like Bangladesh, the income that a woman earns is pooled into the family's income. This is not any portion that is left for herself. Study after study has been done where income that women earn, the first thing that she chooses to spend on, is on her children, things for her family. It's on their children's education, things that somebody else will need. She is always last because dignity of the women is symbolic, but how well the family appears. That is the appearance of family members that are well put together, that have everything that they need, falls as a responsibility on the woman in the home. The data on women and violence is so fragmented because we ourselves speak very little about it. We understand very little on what are the underlying causes and the process of speaking up about even collecting the data and collecting the information. We're reliant on what has gone through a legal case or women have spoken up about. Most of the time, we are unable and unwilling to do that. So there is a disproportionate information that we have, and it poses as a huge challenge for how we can develop a more equivalent kind of society for all women. Ensuring that, yes. So, yes, I'll certainly say. So overall, I think in order to ensure women retain their dignity, and we focus on social justice, on self-determination, and social inclusion, and I think what we really need to do in order to retain our honor and our pride is to talk about with men and women together to see what really is our experience as women in this modern society, and try to change some of the core challenges that we face on a daily basis. Thank you.
ありがとうございました。Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Sorry I disturb you, but 私は尊厳というのが
dignity, I thought, was all good. However, dignity poses difficulty in some cases, and hearing your comment, I think very similar challenges exist in Japan as well. Thank you very much. Now we would like to move on to the third speaker. Tsukagochi-san, please.
はい、ありがとうございます。
Thank you very much for the comments. Thinking about the speeches by Ms. Wazir, I started to think about many things. In Bangladesh, 2/3 of the women who ever experience a marriage subjected to some type of violence, and that was quite a surprising number. I believe that sounds very high. When we turn to Japan, 1/4 of women and 20% of men have subjected to the domestic violence by the spouse. And therefore, although violence level on statistics seems to be low in Japan, and yet there are some violence when you look at the Tokyo data. So, more than 80% of women says that there were violence happen, particularly the women having children. So family is the key. How you can achieve the peace and family would actually change
活動の中でですね、
the
ファザーリングジャパンっていうです
welfare
ね、
of men and women.
NPO 法
I
人
am
ファザーリングジャパンは父親支援の
heading
NPO
the
に
NPO
なり
called
ます。
Father in Japan.
なぜ
This
父親支援なの
NPO
かという
intends
ことなんで
to
すが、このジェン
father
ダ
to
ー
help
不平等
support
の
their
日本におい
child
てですね、
rearing. In
男
gender
性が育児をし
inequality,
ようと思うと
when
男
men
性は
try
弱者
to
になり
do
ます。
child care,
なのでこの
then
弱者には
men
支援が
suddenly
必要だという
fall
ことで、
into the
我々は
weaker
ですね、
one or
父親
vulnerable
支援を
one.
日本ではや
And
っていかな
therefore,
きゃい
in
けないという
Japan,
こ
I
となんですね。
recognize the need to
そ
help
こで
support the father
こう
to
良い
do
父
their
親を目
job
指そう
as
と
child
いうこと
rearing.
ではなくてですね、
We are
ファザーリン
not
グジャパンの
targeting
面白い
at
の
being
は
a
面
good
白いのは
father.
です
What
ね、
is
笑っている
important
父親
is
を増や
that
そうと。
we
む
want
しろポジティブ
father
な
to
形で
be
ですね、
smiling all the
進められな
time.
いかと
So we
い
want
うこと
positive
が非常に面
approach
白い活
to
動という
promote
ことになるのかなと
the
思います。
child rearing
ファザーリングジ
by
ャパンではですね、
fathers.
大きく
Father
2
in
つ
Japan
活
has
動を
two
しており
major
ます。まず
activities.
家
The
庭、対
first
家庭に対
is
してですね、
regarding
当
the
事者、本
family.
人、男性そのも
So
のに
father
ということ
themselves
もあります
is
し、
one thing,
パートナー
and
シップと
also
いうところ、また対
partnership
子供
is
に対
another
してとい
thing,
う
and
ことも家
also
庭内になってで
the
すね、
versus the
ここ
children
については
as
です
well.
ね、
So
自治体
any
や病院
actions
などの
for
良心関係、
families,
まずスタ
we
ートです
want
ね、子
the
供が生まれる
parenting
スタートして、
classes.
どちらも
So
夫
at the
婦
time that the
が
prenatal
初めての
periods,
経験になりますので、
usually for the
そこ
first
で
kids,
どれだけのですね、
both men and
も
women
う
are
新しいアップデ
having
ー
the
トをですね、
first experience,
インプットしてい
and
け
what
る
is
か
the
という
latest
ことで、
information about
我
the
々が
best
です
child
ね、
care,
そこに
and
講師としてお邪
we
魔したりですね、
visit them
最近はこ
for
の
the
企業に
parenting
やろうという
classes
ことで、
so
企
that
業
we
版
can
の支
serve
援
as
というの
teacher,
もかな
and
り
also
進
we
めており
visit
ます。
corporations to
先
do
ほ
the
ど、ワ
parenting
ズさんが
school.
ね、尊厳
Ms.
という
Wazed
言葉をいただ
mentioned
きました。
dignity and pride,
この尊
and
厳のアップデートが
dignity
まさに
update
必要なのか
is
なという
really
ふうにとて
required
も思っ
under
て
the
おります。
modern
聞い
culture,
ていてですね、
as I
そのアップ
heard
デートのこ
Ms.
の子
Wazed
供を持つという
comment.
初めての
So
段階の時
updating
に
the
ね、
dignity
実は
is
今
that
そう
when
なん
you
だよ
have
と、
the
こ
first
うい
child,
う
we
環
could
境下でね、
communicate that
今
under this
まで
modern
自分
era,
たちが大事に
what
して
you
いた
have
ものっていうのは本
conceived
当にそれ
as
でいい
being
の
a
かどうか、
child so
で
far
改めて
by your parents,
ゼロか
is
ら
that
新し
really
い状況で
correct?
ね、
We are
夫婦で話し
questioning.
合いながら決めていったらいいん
Perhaps
じゃないか
the
と。
men and
お父さ
women
んお母さんが言っ
could
てるから社
discuss
会が言ってるから
all
じゃ
together
ないんだと
and build a new
いうことをで
relationship.
すね、
It is
我
not
々
something
が
that you
対
learn
話を
from
問い
your
かけてい
parent
くと、
or
まあ
learn
こ
from
んな形で
society.
ですね、
We ask the
対
new
家庭に対
parents
して
to
という
become
こと
the
で、
new
良
family
心
or
関係
new
また
ways
子
of
育てセミナー
approaching
等
to
も
the
ですね、
parenting.
お
So
邪魔い
that's
ただ
what
い
we
お邪魔し
emphasize
て、
in our
したり
parenting
ですね、また
classes.
またイベントですね、
And we
まあこうい
organize
った
events
活
as
動
well,
をして
and
き
we
ました。
try to communicate
で、
that
そ
to
れをやっ
the
て
new
いる中でで
parents.
すね、思っ
And
たのは
in
です
the
ね、
course of
も
our
う最近の
activities,
若いパパ
what
た
I
ちそこ
thought
そこ
was
みんなイク
the
メンで
young
す。
dads
ただ
are
彼らが
very
より自
active
分
in
実害を
growing
図ろうと思
children,
った
but
時に、
also they want
障
to
害に
seek
な
their
るのはこの
career
職
path.
場なんですね。
Then
我
obstacle
々
comes
がいろんな
in
ところでイベン
from
ト
the
セミナーを
company
です
or
ね、全国やっ
workplace
てってもで
when
す
we
ね、そ
organize
の時すごい
seminars
盛り上がるん
across
ですよ、父
Japan.
親たちだけでやっ
Of
ても。
course, there are
とこ
momentum
ろ
in the
が、
classroom.
こ
A
う、職
father
場に
wants
戻
to
り
be
ますよ
more
ね。
active in
そう
child
するとその
rearing,
仕
and
組み
when
に
they
やっ
go
ていか
back
なきゃ
to
い
the
けないので、
office,
男
because
性
they
と
have
変
to
わらないんです
align
ね。
with the office
これは
practice,
ですね、父
men
親たちというよ
cannot
りむし
change
ろ職場、
themselves.
もっと言うと
So
上司を
I
変えていかなきゃい
realized
けないん
that
じゃ
we
ないか
need
と
to
いうこ
change
と
the
で、
boss
次
of
に
the
始
new
めたのが
fathers.
育ボ
So
ス
that's
という
why
ね、
I started
フ
that
ァザーリング
the
ジャパンでですね、次
the
世代
boss
管理
who
職
could
像を
become
ですね、育ボスという
help
形で
the
表
new
現をしてですね、
fathers, and what we
厚
call
生労働
ikubosu.
省ともにやってきたの
Sorry,
が
and we
育
are
ボスプロ
working
ジェ
with
クトにな
MHL
り
Double
ます。もうこれ5
to
年以上続けてきているんです
provide
が、
the
か
better
なりの企業
supervisor
さんで
and the
ね、
senior management to help
大企業
support
だけでも
the new
250社
fathers.
以上
And
です
over
ね、企業さん
250
が
Japanese
連賛同
companies
して、
are
育ボ
joined the
ス企業
board,
同盟にも入って
and
いただいています。
they are joining our Ikubosu alliance. And we picture a very good image of the father. And also we promote an idea of what would be the harassment for the new fathers, harassment in the office place, and also harassment to new mothers, and promote taking holidays of paternity leave. And I also address unconscious bias that is prevalent. And think about the dignity. We all have made a schema of concepts, and we need to update that, upgrade that for the new era. So that is very important if we communicate that in the workplace. And challenges and health of women and fertility support is also needed. Well, some people are struggling with having kids. There are so many infertility problems, and sometimes it is difficult to achieve both infertility treatment and keep the employment. So it is not just the workplace. Educational institutions is very important. Therefore, what we call academic harassment, there are harassment in the colleges and universities, because universities are usually a very isolated organization. And harassment in academics and university is very important. So I visit many universities and try to facilitate the understanding of harassment. And lecturers, faculty members, and also we provide lectures to students so that students can think about new ways of career. And I do live design course for the high school and junior high school students. And yet, these are awareness-raising activities, and that's to the extent I was able to do. And what we've noticed was, well, awareness-raising could be communicated well to those who have antennas or receivers. And if they don't have an ear to listen, and they would not understand at all, that means that we need to change the structures and systems and organizations. So we started to take social action. So we have to change legislation because we are law-abiding country. So we started to think about what is missing for support to the father. First is the single-parent support, particularly the father-only family. We've made some legislation, and sometimes the child rearing support was provided, subsidy was provided for the mother-only family, but not available for father-only family. We explored the ways to provide support, financial support for father, and we've worked to change the work style by the company, and also the child rearing and family care leave legislation as well. Although the law states that anyone can take some leave for child care and nursing care, but not many men access to that. So we equalize the gender levels, and we have put in place the system that awareness-raising activity could be more enhanced under the strong legislation. You need to combine multiple methods in order to realize that in the society, well, awareness-raising is not sufficient. And as Matsuda-san mentioned, legislation alone would not be sufficient. So we need do both, so that we tried to transform society gradually, and we want to use the air bottle and the ground bottle. We need to take actions from both sides, and for the air bottle, what we call is utilizing the media, trying to influence the culture. So we need to combine both. So that's what I'm always thinking, and that's what we do at our NPO. Can I speak a little bit longer? And in such situation, under COVID, I'm working with SLEEVE and the Father in Japan. We have a joint survey on experience of maternal and the prenatal experiences under COVID, parenting school and attending at the childbirth delivery. These are the great opportunity for turn on the switch of being a father, but because of the COVID, access to that occasion was restricted, and mother started to deliver the baby alone and having less access by the father. And because father cannot come, although there's no legal requirements, the mothers are seeking a support for her parents, and that was actually a conception, but yet mother no longer can ask support from their parents because of the COVID. Then who could help support? Companies has to give stronger push for fathers to help new mothers, and that's why we've started a new perinatal parenting school. Mothers isolated and delivering the baby on her own, we need to try to provide support, and we've realized the revision of the child and family care leave legislation. And stay home and work from home is becoming available, so people are allowed to work in a flexible manner. But as I mentioned earlier, the house chores, such as preparing meals and cleaning the house. In fact, burden is quite larger for women. That is clear from the government's report as well. With that situation, while the father were not able to work hard at home, and the main excuse was that they were spending too long in the workplace, and that's why they did not have time for doing it. Sure, however, truth was that they were starting from, they were reluctant in the first place, and COVID work from home have revealed that such was an excuse. So we need to further do our activities to promote more participation to home matters by the fathers. So that is at the outset. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tsukagoshi. I actually did not know about having a man actually carrying out in such many initiatives in Japan. I was very encouraged to learn about that. And by doing something, you notice something that is still short, and so you come up with new ideas or measures. I think that is a very good manner to go forward. So towards the final goal, you cannot do something, but not that way. But first, you have to take a step, and then thinking about another steps going further. That is a very good way to do it. And as you have pointed out, the expecting mothers. They had to deliver in loneliness. I didn't know about the fact, so it was a very insightful comment from your side. Thank you very much. So this he for she champion, I would like to award this kind of gentleman this award. So that was a little diversion. So thank you for waiting. I would like to invite Ms. Morita for your comment. Thank you for your introduction. I am Ayami Morita. So thank you very much for your time today. So my job is a lawyer and a member of a city council. So I am active in the area is Kudamatsu City in Yamaguchi Prefecture, on the western side of Japan. So it is located between Fukuoka Prefecture and Hiroshima Prefecture. We only have 50,000 population in our town, but so there is a ranking of cities where people find it easy to live. The Kichijo city in Tokyo is #1, but our Kudamatsu city ranks in #13. So there are many citizens living in comfort. The characteristic of my city is usually these rural areas are said to have a lot of decrease in population, but actually we have a little increase in population, quite a rare case. And I would like to introduce what I'm doing as a lawyer. So I was engaged in providing support for victims of crime, and it started out once I provided support to a girl in a lower grade of elementary school who suffered a forcible indecency case. So after that, I was engaged in breaking and entering, stalking, covert photography, a violation of Infant Pornography Act. So taking pictures of these children, or forcible indecency, or forced sexual intercourse, homicide. I have handled many cases up to now. And when we look at the crime of victims, Ms. Ueda mentioned them as survivors, and this word survivors, they asked me that they don't want to be called victims, they wanted to be called survivors. I remember their comments. So these crime victims are struggling to lead ordinary life. And after the case, so right after the case, we can imagine what they have suffered. But after the trial, still many crime victims need to have continuous treatment to support. That goes for decades. And regarding these treatment, of course, they would need money to afford that. And this money, basically, the perpetrators should pay for them. But many of the perpetrators do not have enough funding or resources, so there are not many cases they can actually pay for them. This is statistics by the Japanese Bar Association, Federation, and so how much recovery is made after the trial, the only amount recovered is 13.3% of the actual damage. So this money is after the trial. So I think there are many victims out there who did not put the case to trial and just suffering without saying anything. So the victims are now sort of bearing this kind of monetary burden that should be borne by the perpetrators. So if the perpetrators cannot pay for them, then we should use public money in order to support the victims. I think this kind of measures is needed. And at the municipality levels, many places are enforcing acts in support of crime victims. And in Kuramatsu City, where I live, they have a committee to discuss this matter, and I hope next year they'll be making an announcement on this matter. So we have a Japan Federation of Bar Association headquartered in Kasumigaseki. I also belong to this association as well. And here we have a committee to support crime victims. And I belong to this committee. And every day I am talking with my peers what we can do to support the crime victims and what we can do in the future. So what we are hoping is to establish an agency for crime victims. So I visited Northern European countries before COVID, what kind of measures they have. In Norway, where I visited, they have an agency so if the perpetrators would not pay the compensation money to the victims, this agency would collect money from the perpetrators and make payment to the crime victims. So if this kind of system is established, I think there are many more crime victims who can get the money. So we would like to introduce this similar system to Japan as well. So next I would like to talk about what I'm doing as a city council member. So I have started out this career from April this year, and why I chose to become a city council member is, and I also myself experienced a lonely delivery under COVID, and I had a baby girl, and in order to have a girl being active in the society, I think the environment is quite harsh for girls. And I was an onlooker until I gave birth to a baby. But under the COVID situation, I learned through the media that there are many remarkable female politicians out in the world. And I thought I must act on my own unless I can realize a good society for my girl. And at that time, there was no act on support for crime victims at Kuramatsu City, so I decided to run for the city council to have this act in support of crime victims enacted. And also, I'm working to protect children from sexual crimes. And so, Mr. Tsukagoshi is NPO Father in Japan. We invited the lecturer from Father in Japan, and we are trying to have more fathers engaged in child-rearing activities in our city as well. And before going to the points, what I'm focusing on is the Japanese government is having a committee whether to change the criminal code for sexual crimes. The sexual consent age is actually 13 in Japan, and there are talk about raising this to 16, and also whether a penalty is viable for child grooming act. This child grooming might sound unfamiliar, but this is to tame children for the purpose of conducting act of obscenity. So in South Korea next to us, this has already been enacted, and hoping this similar kind of act would be enacted in Japan as well. So starting from April this year, the coming of age in Japan had been lowered to 18 from the previous 20. And when you're over 20, so from the age of 19 to 20, the trouble of contract-related troubles had increased significantly. But now the age 18 would be the target of these contract-related trouble. So we have to think how to protect these new coming of age, the 18 people. So may I go into the 3 points? So due to the spread of COVID virus, so the things happen to females and girls in each country. So the DV consultation cases had increased explosively according to the national survey. In Yamaguchi Prefecture, where I live, I looked into the statistics. Actually, the consultation number of cases did not go up. And as working on the field, I did not feel that actual DV cases have declined. And I was wondering why the number of cases did not increase. The possible reason is due to COVID, online consultation or telephone consultation, there were many consultation services, so maybe they had many places to resort to than before. Started from 2019, for females who have suffering seriously, in Yamaguchi, we have a consultation service called providing support for connection. And so not only DV, we take consultation various concerns, but only the first half of 2022, there were many consultation services. So I believe females are accessing various hotlines or consultation service. But I think in reality, the number of these DV or other cases are increasing. And other than that, what we are carrying out, we are trying to reinforce consultation services so that we can provide the service for 24/7, 365 days. During the night time, we outsource the service to call centers, but when there is an emergency case, we have the prefectural official take calls. This is only limited to sexual crimes, but we have established this kind of services as well. And in order to eradicate violence against females and girls, what kind of measures are being taken? As preventive measures, during November, we have so-called purple ribbon activities to protect females from sexual crimes. So I think that was seen in various places. And for support to crime victims, I think one necessary thing is to reinforce the consultation service. Maybe you have heard about this one-stop supportive center led by the government. This has been conducted, and the Japan Federation of Bar Associations is also engaged in this movement. So if the consultation comes in the one-stop support center, the center is connected with the bar association. And if they decide a bar association should be involved, then they can connect the case to the bar association or the lawyers. And what I was impressed by one measures, if you go to a restroom in commercial facilities, there are some stickers showing the number that you can have a consultation service. So if you can come in touch with those sort of help desks, I think this kind of ideas or stickers are very useful. And in terms of legal procedures, of course, support by the lawyers would be indispensable when it comes to trial, but the neck here is the fee for the attorney. So the Japanese judicial system requires the victims to pay for this attorney fee. Of course, we can request the perpetrator to pay for it, but it is actually difficult to recover the money for the perpetrators. So there are many people who cannot resort to trial even if they want to. And Japan Federation of Bar Association does their own way of supporting victims, and also we have a foundation to support the victims at the Yamagachi Prefecture Bar Association, so that the crime of victims would have enough fund to ask the legal counsel. And what kind of an environment should be needed to prevent secondary victimization? So on the internet platform, I think you have many seem often slandering and accusation towards victims who raise their voices. On October 2022, there was the revision of the process to request the disclosure of the information who did the net bullying. So it has been simplified a little, but still you need to go through a trial if you want to have this information disclosed. So we would like to change the act so that no trial will be needed to request this information disclosure. And actually, there are many people who are afraid to raise their voices because they don't want to have a secondary damage. And so the important thing is to not to have any secondary damage. So even if you say something that because you wanted to encourage the victim, sometimes it could hurt the victim again. So suppose if a young mother just lost her child, and if you say to that person, of course it was a tragedy, but you should go on forgetting that sad thing, that could further hurt that person. And lastly, I will talk about the menstruation poverty. So at Kudamatsu City, where I belong, we have just started an initiative of providing sanitary products to junior high schools and elementary schools. So at the restrooms of these schools, we provide sanitary items for free. And this being funded from the general budget from the cities. So depending on the cities, when they have difficulty in maintaining their financial resource, they cannot do this kind of initiative. And currently we have some stocks piled up in order to prepare for when disaster strikes. So we also have sanitary items being stored. I think most of the municipalities have sanitary items in their disaster warehouse. So these sanitary items, they sometimes come sort of the out of use date. So they would, when the expiration date comes for these products, I think this could be used to be provided for free at the elementary schools and junior high schools. Thank you very much.
I'm sorry, I wrongly pronounced your name as well as the city name as well. Apologies. And thank you very much for a very detailed of your presentation. And we are running out of time. And we wanted to have some question and answer session among the panelists, but we were able to get quite a lot of information. Are there any burning questions or burning comments to clarify or make at this juncture? Ueda-san, please. Thank you. I forgot to mention at the earlier discussion and listening to your discussion, and I've now realized that social norms has to change. Otherwise, women are hesitant in raising their voice because their own norms is not to raise voice because they don't want to hurt family or their own. There are many women who are hesitant of speaking up, and that is not limited to Bangladesh. This is happening all across the world. also, because they don't speak up, data will not be produced. So we need to transform the social norms. And once again, this is very important. And a campaign of a new type of father and initiative of a child reading in the father, you can't change overnight. However, using a popular actor in India, I recall, that there are the soap drama star who acted a father active in child rearing, and at the end of that drama series, that people's mindset changed quite a lot that I heard. And then therefore, there was season 2 launched because people love so much. I heard that story from some NGO people in the past. You can't overcome just one round of initiative, but use every opportunity to expose the new ideas so that the people will start to change their mindsets. So changing social norms are important, as a city assembly member have changed, and we need to address that point. And another point that I heard was those who are hesitant in speaking up because of a lack of economic strength. They believe that they have to be with the abusive husband all the time. And whether you are a part of the leadership or you are a part of the political leadership and so forth, and these are very important. So OECD is trying to think about the holistic approach, and we often communicate that. But what specifically can we do in this particular area? I think that OECD has to make more detailed proposals that I recognize as needs. There are multiple gender equality programs, and we need to take actions against violence on women hands in hands. And also during the morning, Singaporean minister said that the importance of family and growing the new value that is emphasized. And coincidentally, Tsukaguchi-san mentioned that family, of course, is very important for any human being. And Ms. Wazed mentioned that as well. Relationship in the family sometimes could be hindering the gender equality, but also sometimes facilitating gender equality. So approach to the family relations is very important as well. Well, we are talking about genders, but it means that every single human being will be able to exert their potential without the constraints of restrictions in the society. So in order for that to happen, we need to revisit the whole societal structures and norms. And when that happens, we could have new opportunities. Thank you very much, Ueda-san. Thank you very much. I had the same impression. And from Ueda-san's comment, I'm actually getting better ideas about how to compile my suggestions and report back to the plenary session. Well, Tsukaguchi-san, any comments? So, Tsukaguchi-san, you're working with the national governments and other municipal governments policies. So, by providing some information, could you give us some recommendations?
So, I want to add here, the government is quite working on this matter as well. So, in Japan, there was the impression that Japan is belated in these initiatives. But in terms of consultation services or contact windows, so we have these DV consultation contact points, and we have these one-stop supportive centers. And on the SNS, there is something called ProTime where the youth can go to, and police are also providing services. And the Ministry of Justice are having this kind of contact windows. So under COVID, we're having a lot of consultation services that you can make inquiries. And laws and regulations, we have been establishing them. The major revision was In the past, we had a Female Protect Act. This, for 66 years, Japan has been in using this very ancient act that was to protect the prostitutes. But from starting from 2024,
実は民間団体のソーシャルアクションで起きてます。
this took place due to the civil action by the local entities. So maybe this was impossible just by male lawmakers. So those who provided support on the field raised their voices to have this enacted. And teachers, when they conduct sexual crime to their students, they will be dismissed from their job, and they will be able to be searched for 40 years. And Child Welfare Act was revised as well, and this will be applied to child care workers as well. And this so-called DVS, and there we will be having a system so that the sexual crime history could be sort of traced back. So, of course, political decision is important, but also we have a lot of civil groups that can raise their voices and make good proposals so that they can change the political world. I think this kind of movement are taking place in Japan, and we're seeing that these efforts are actually made into laws. And so we can say that the lawmakers are responding to this movement. So I think this is a very positive movement. Of course, I have to say that I wish this movement had taken place a lot earlier, but I believe there are still a lot more we can do. And going to proposal 2, for myself, first, as an extensive proposal, as it has been mentioned earlier, so it is like a multiple complex fracture of the bones. So for education and society and for gender related violence should be eradicated, and unconscious bias becoming the basis for this violence. We have to realize SDGs and to promote diversities. We need to come up with action plans in order to change the situation. In order to promote these, we have to visualize the measures and effectiveness and do the mapping. And we have to do additional allocation of budget. And of course, there was a relationship with taxation, and also we need to provide some positive action such as incentive, and as a negative action we need to have a more severe punishment to the perpetrators. So we have to realize these matters. That will be the important step going forward. That is from myself. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Wazad. Any recommendations you'd like to see?
Yes, thank you so much. I mean, there are some such excellent examples of policies and programs that are very effective that we already have, especially like the mention of parenting classes, especially for fathers. I think we all assume that when we're becoming parents, we know what to do, and a lot of complexities occur when we don't have that. So I think that's an extremely good idea for young parents to really learn and have support. But along with that, I think in order to make a more gender-supported and family-supported environment, we need to teach our community leaders. We need to teach our religious leaders, people who we look up to, with who we follow, and help them change in their belief and attitudes so that they may preach and teach better attitudes. We need to really teach young boys on what it is that they should see as their role, rethinking and reconceptualizing what it means to be a girl, what it means to be a boy, what they will be as adults, using TV, social media platforms in order to get that message across, identify what are those core problems, and put it in front as stories, because people remember those short stories way more than anything else that they read. That resonates. When you can identify yourself, you will definitely change. when it comes to women's and violence, I think we really need, and this is something for the WHO to really recommend a global action plan that is women-centered. And, women in the healthcare are also, we tend to have fewer doctors who are women. We tend to have difficulty kind of sharing our experiences. So training, doctors, medical professionals to be more sensitive to women who may have experienced some kind of violence and are having difficulty expressing it, and then also getting them the kind of support within the health structure, because health system, everybody will access the health system. That is an easy way to get services there. We have legal services, but when it comes to the physical and emotional well-being, using the health system and ensuring that there is support for the whole family to recover or, survive violent kind of family situations. So strengthening the health system as well as making it women-centered is, I think, a really important issue. Overall, I think, in a large part teaching even our leaders and politicians how to, because, I don't think they come from any kind of particular, they mean to come across as being discriminatory, but their biases come across because they have grown up with it. So when they realize that their belief system is biased against women in some ways, they will automatically change. So some ways to kind of do that, I'm not sure how, but I think that is an important thing that we can incorporate to the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you very much. ありがとうございました。それでは最後森田様、具体的な。
Thank you very much. So maybe you have touched upon them already, but if you have any proposals, Morita-san, please. So Wasada-san mentioned that the hospitals could be the center for providing support. So in Japan, we in this one-stop support center, we have some types where the hospital would become the center, would be the entryway to provide support. In Osaka, in Aichi Prefecture, there is this style of support center with a hospital in the center. But the burden on the hospital side is very significant, so this is not a nationwide initiative. But from the support receiver side, the hospital-centered method is a very easy way to access. So we want to have this a one-stop support center with the hospital in the center would be an ideal way to go forward. So updating the dignity. That's a word I truly resonated with. So that, as mentioned, Wasada-san mentioned. So because you have family members, you cannot be true to your own feeling, and females tend to spend for their children, not for themselves. That is absolutely myself. So I recognize myself that I'm not updating dignity within myself. And talking about being a lawyer, lawyers are actually the main supporter of crime victims. So DVE victims are mainly females. So the female lawyers are said to be more easier to take care of these cases, but in reality, the lawyers actually facing the partner, the perpetrator side. So these DV males usually make light of females, and they very much they sometimes sometimes behave arrogantly towards us. So it would be desirable if we could team up with male lawyers, but currently, female lawyers alone have to face these perpetrators, or sometimes we ask the male lawyers at a very low fee to provide help with us. And there was one thing that my senior mentioned to me, and this senior was
民事暴力介入っていうんですけれども、その事件もやって
was in charge of the antisocial forces such as that facing mafias and also taking care of these DV cases. And when I asked which case is more difficult for this person, I thought this mafia cases would be hard. But actually, this senior told me that DV cases are more difficult. The reason is the victim of mafia cases because they are being sort of targeted because they are affluent, and so they are able to pay for the defense counsel fee. And of course, the police will be able to protect them as well. But in DV cases, in most cases, the victims are already economically suffering, so they're not able to pay for the defense counsel, and they are civilians. So unless it really can lead into an accident or incident, police would not protect them for 24 hours 7. So for DV cases are very serious and very hard for the victims, but from on the support providing side, it is very hard and difficult. So many lawyers do not want to handle these cases as well. That is the situation.
Morita-san, thank you very much. Thank you, everyone. We are running out of time, and I think that we were able to have a very detailed, concrete ideas, and I studied a lot. And just to make a summary, like Ueda-san mentioned earlier, transforming our norm, our mindset, that is one point, and also you have to be very specific in taking actions. Updating respect included, and social structure, gender stereotyping, a bigger topic, and overall bigger activities. That is on the whole the general topic, and more specific ones. For example, the how to assign the lawyers to domestic violence cases, and a positive incentive and a negative incentive. Both has to be working in parallel. And the support for the hospitals. These specific actions are also needed. So I was able to get both ideas from both ways. So large, big topics like notion, culture, religions are versus specifics. So I would like to make the summary, probably in 3 points later. So toward the next session, me and Morita-san will summarize your comments. Sorry, I'm not sure if I served as a good moderator, but I was able to learn a lot. Thank you very much for your contribution. With this, I'd like to conclude session 7. Thank you.